Okay, welcome to the third round of this year's edition of the Rilton Cup. And we're live from Stockholm, and we're actually downtown Stockholm in the city.
Yes.
And my name is Tom Wedberg, I'm a Grandmaster, and I have my trusty co-host here, International Master Jesper Hall. Jesper.
Correct.
Jesper.
Yes.
What happened yesterday? Let's do a
Well,
quick.
we had some. First of all, I must say this: in this year's edition, we can see that already from the very first round, it has been really tough games.
Yeah.
I mean, normally in this type of open tournaments, you have like a easy play for the top players, as they are paired with much lower rated players. But it's like these days, there are no simple wins anymore. It feels like that because it's been really hard fights.
It's tough.
Yes, you know, Tom.
I
We
know.
both know if we put it this
yeah,
way.
it's not easy.
So that's the case, and that has been also for us that we have had some really interesting games. Looking for them, and even though the top player is normally winning, still there is a difference and there is a reason for it. But such a fight and a lot of upsets as well.
Yeah.
And because of that, we're now down to 16 players only with the 2 points.
Right.
After the second round. And what do you say about the 16? Is there any remarks on those?
Well, I think it's interesting. We have these three Chinese grandmasters. We have talked about them. We've seen them play. They obviously are very strong players, and they are now seated at the three first boards. So we have those three Chinese grandmasters, and they seem to sort of control the tournament a little bit at this point. Then we have a lot of strong players. We always want to note if there is a Swedish player, and we have Edvin Trost, who always plays well in this tournament. And we are really rooting for him to make a GM norm this time.
Yes, he was very close last year.
Yes.
But the problem he had was that he hadn't faced three grandmasters. You need to play against three grandmasters to have a chance to get a norm.
Right.
And I think he only played two, if I remember correctly.
That was the problem.
But one thing and beside Edvin, we also have Vidar Seger,
Right.
who is actually only rated just below 2,200, but he's a great talent, and we have great hopes here in Stockholm for him.
Yeah.
And he has won against two really strong players around 2,400. So it will be interesting to see in this round if he can keep up the pace.
Yeah.
So
We had one Swedish player that we thought that maybe he would win this last game, Erik
Erik
Blomqvist,
Blomqvist, yes.
Swedish grandmaster, but he didn't manage to win this night ending.
No, but it was not so easy.
No, it wasn't easy at
It
all.
was really tricky.
But I think he had chances to do it.
It must have been a
But
win.
maybe when the queens were off, it was actually a draw.
Yeah.
As you said.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we should jump into the fight
Yes.
of today.
Let's do that.
So we will go to board number 1, and we have Shu Yang-yu against a guy from Scotland, Frederick Waldhausen Gordon.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a surprise of the name. I mean, Waldhausen seems not to be originally from Scotland, I guess, but
It sounds a bit German.
a bit German. Yeah, that's right. But one thing that I come to mind for me is that this. I just want to mention these three Chinese grandmasters.
Yeah.
I have never heard of them before.
I don't think I've heard their names.
And that's very nice, that suddenly it turns up some really new strong players and from another country, and to see their style and how well they are doing and so on. So I'm looking forward to this game as well.
Okay, so we have our Scotsman on the first board, and he plays white. And he starts off with the best by test E4. Sorry about that. You have to go back a little bit.
Yes, you're so fast.
Yeah, I'm so fast. Yeah, so we have an opening here that is, I would say, what's happening here? Yes, it's my...
Okay.
So now everything's fine. Okay, so we have, what is this opening?
This is the Aljeshin.
Alekhine?
Alekhine, maybe.
Yeah. It depends if you want the German or the English.
Yeah, but the thing is with this opening that you don't see it so often these days. It's a little bit provocative because you bring out the knight and you are giving white the opportunity to move forward, just like we see here. And the idea is, like in other openings, that black will give white the center But then he will try to undermine these pawns that will be placed on e5, not the least. d6 will come, and so on.
So let's do a few moves, and then we can.
Yeah.
So here we have, of course, there are different ways to treat this type of position. You can do what he's playing now. He plays to exchange the pawns here.
Yeah.
White could also play with knight f3, bishop e2, things like this, and try to keep this pawn on e5. So these are two sets of ideas.
And you can say that normally knight f3 and the other version you showed is a little bit more strategic. Yeah. You know, you don't go in clinch immediatly. Here it's a little bit, or not the least if you play f4 instead of take on d6. Yeah, it can be a really sharp race.
The 4 pawns attack, or whatever you call it.
Yeah, that's right.
So he took here, and here black has a choice. You can take with the e pawn or with the c pawn.
Yeah. And I would say that whatever black will do, white will be slightly better due to the more space behind the pawns on d4 and c4. But black is quite solid, and it's not so easy to crack the position of black, and he will have counter possibilities.
Yeah. So I think this is theory.
Yeah. Normally h3, because h3 is quite an important move normally to avoid the pin of the bishop.
Yeah, you don't want to have this move
of the knight on
because
f3.
then you get problems with this pawn here.
Exactly.
So
and also one rule in chess is that the one with more space normally tries to avoid changing pieces, a swap of pieces, because then it will be more difficult for black, for example, in this position to find a good square for the different ones. So normally black would be happy to swap off a pair of pieces while white try to avoid it.
So when you see this position, have you seen it before?
Yes, but bishop f5 is not the move that I normally, that I have not, because I played this position many times, but I never met bishop f5. But on the other hand, the last time I played a normal tournament was in 2005, so you should not rely too much on my opening knowledge.
Well, it looks like a fine move to me. I usually, with white, I usually don't take on d6. I usually play with knight f3. The other, the name, you said it was more a positional way to play. This of course is tactical. I mean, I like this position. I have played the Alekhine with black a little bit. And with black I usually took with the e pawn on d6, which is also quite good. So,
but normally in this type of position, the question for black is it because either you play with e7 to e5, challenging the center, or you play with d6, d5. These are normally the two options, you know. And
so you have this idea.
Yes.
And you also have this idea.
Yeah, and
but you don't want to show your hand too early. Right?
No,
you want to prepare it.
Yes, and then of course, if white now would like to play g4, that is a possibility. Then the bishop needs to go back, you know, to probably to d7.
Yeah, well, you don't want to go to e6 because then we have this nasty fork.
Exactly.
Here. Yeah.
Exactly. But so bishop
so,
d7.
so white is always looking at the possibility of doing this in a good way. Yeah. At some point, could be. There's also ideas like just, you know, putting maybe the bishop here and go with the queen and maybe go to exchange this bishop on g7 and, you know.
Yeah, I guess that one question here is if white plays d4 to d5, then I guess the knight will go to a5.
Yeah, I think it's the wrong. You cannot do that here because it's actually a big mistake in this position. But
correct.
In the right moment, it can be annoying for black because suddenly he has to move his knights away and it's not so easy.
And then you can follow up with knight to d4 and you can put pressure on the bishop.
But black is relying a lot on this pressure down this diagonal, and there is this sort of eccentric move to go to a5 with the knight and put pressure on this pawn here. And when white plays b3, suddenly the knight is weak on c3. So it's a lot of tricks here. And my impression is that the Chinese player Xu is well versed in this. He has more time than he had
Yep.
at the start, while his opponent has used a little bit time. Still very fast play, but maybe Black is a little bit more knowledgeable in this line. I don't know, but that's usually the case, because Black, when you play a line like this, you must know it well with Black. You cannot just play it.
No, and then the question is because like I said, I have never played against bishop to f5, so maybe this is the first new move for white as well.
Could
you
be.
know,
Could be.
It could be.
Okay, let's jump to the next one. And again, we have a Chinese player.
Now we even have two.
Yeah, we had two. Yeah, right.
So
right,
this
right.
is interesting. So we have the Grandmaster playing against.
Shangren Dai
Zhang Xilong
against
Yang.
Silong Yang or Yang Silong. I don't know
Yes.
how you say it in Chinese. If you
Yes.
say the first name first or if it's last.
I don't know actually how to do it the correct way, but
Yang Silong. I think you say it that way.
But
So here we have something different, and I think we should go from the
we
beginning.
can do it quite quickly.
Yeah.
Because this is like a very classical opening. We are seeing the
Nimsu.
the Nimsu Indian,
Yeah.
Nimsu Indian, and I think it's the classical version of E3 and so on.
This is called the Rubinstein variation.
Yeah.
There are more sort of, in a way, aggressive moves.
Yes.
Like, for instance, you could put the bishop on g5.
Or F3, or
You could play f3.
No.
It's also possible. There is also the
Queen
so-called
C2.
classical variation with queen to c2, which is quite aggressive because you want to get the pair of bishops. You want to play this and force the taking on c3 and then take with the queen, so you don't get the double pawn.
yeah.
But in the game, we see e3 played, the Rubinstein variation, which is a very calm way to play because you just develop your pieces and slowly try to take over the center. That's the idea. So, okay, let's see. Castles, bishop d3, d5.
And here you can say that Black could also choose like to play like c5.
Yeah.
Because now we are moving into a position that is more like the Queen's Gambit or something like that. This type of structure, as you play d5. But the other way to play is to play on the dark squares with c5 and d6, e5 or something like that. You know.
Yeah.
But this is of course okay for Black to play d5. It's one of the main lines for sure.
d5. And now white forced Black's hand.
Okay. Because here you can also play like knight e2 to be ready to support the knight.
This is also possible.
Yeah. But of course, if you want to have this classical Nimsu Indian structure, this is the way to do it.
Yeah.
With a3. Okay.
I think one of the reasons why you play it like this is that once Black has played d5, you don't have to worry about the double pawns anymore. So then if you do it before Black has played d5, then you might be sitting with these pawns forever.
No, then Black will probably put up with c5, d6, e5 instead of playing d5 himself.
Yeah, and then there are also ideas sometimes you can b6 and bishop a6 and you target this c4 pawn. But this is not possible once d5 has been played. So let's see here. Okay, so in the game after taking, it was c5 and we have the exchange, knight e2, b6, castles and bishop a6.
And now it will be interesting because as we all know, what you want is to have the bishop on a different color than your own pawn chain. And that's why this is logical to play bishop a6, because then white will be stuck with the bishop on c1. The problem is a little bit that there are dynamics possibilities for white after the exchange of the bishops, because you can play with f3 and e4 and suddenly the bishop on c1 will come to life. So in this type of opening, the question will always be about f3, e4 normally.
Yeah,
is it good or bad, or can Black put up the pressure and so on?
Yeah, and the rook can come on the second rank, and finally this bishop might be strong. But Black is going to try to use all these holes on the queen side. The knight can come in and the rook on c8 and so on. So it's a very tough struggle. I think in general, it's sort of equalish territory.
I guess.
Maybe slightly more pleasant for white, and especially if white managed to get his plans through, he gets a very strong initiative on the king side.
I would say that it's, in that sense, I think it's a bit easier to play white because white has such a simple plan, while black must always keep up, what you say, the pressure, so that f3, e4 is not a good
But black
option.
has this knight maneuver. You can put the knight here, for instance, and often black also plays with the h5 to contain the white pawns here on the king side. So we'll see what happens later on.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the next one. So here we have Chinese Grandmaster number 3, with a very good name, Di Li or Li Di.
Okay.
Yeah, and he plays against an Indian player, Mohapatra Siddhant,
Okay.
an international master. So let's go from the beginning here. We have e4.
Yeah.
The Sicilian take, and now queen takes. What about that?
This is actually something I have played a bit with white. The idea is to, of course, to avoid the theory that comes up after knight take d4. There are so many, there are heavily analyzed this position, of course, of the knight take d4. After queen d4, normally you have a more slower pace with white. It's a little bit more strategic.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it's not. I mean, one idea is after knight f6, you might play e5 to try to get a bit. But even that position I analyzed a lot, and I think that black is absolutely fine if you know how to do it, how to play it.
I have very good memories of this position because
have we played?
No.
Okay, I just
when in the last round in Örebro in the Swedish Championships, I played Thomas Ernst, and I had the chance to win the tournament, but I had to win the game. And I played queen takes d4 because I wanted to get out of all his theory.
Of course.
And I finally, after a very long struggle, I managed to win the game the title.
Was it the rook and bishop and pawn?
Yes.
Yes, I remember this one. That was great.
It was in the end. It was rook against bishop.
Yes.
But I had him in the wrong corner.
Exactly, I remember this.
Or in the right corner.
In the right corner,
Yes.
yeah, right. Yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, this was this opening actually.
Yeah, great.
Okay, let's see what happened. Knight c6. Sorry, now we're much too fast again. Knight c6.
Yeah, because here normally you play bishop b5.
Yeah, that's
the normal move.
Yeah, that's the move.
Because what you normally want to do is to play bishop b5, take on c6, and play c4.
Yeah,
at least this is how I play it.
Or even knight c3, bishop g5, queenside castle.
Yes.
Also possible.
Yes.
But c4 is very strategic. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a little bit unusual to play queen d3.
Yeah.
But I guess that
I think it's been seen.
It has been played. But now we are definitely out of the book, and I guess that is the idea from white here, not to challenge the Chinese grandmaster's opening preparation. And yes, is this the position?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the position. And we can see that black has used around 10 minutes, which indicates that maybe this is not his number one line that he has prepared for this game.
Yeah.
White has played a little bit faster, and I think in these days with all the computer lines and so on, this is not a stupid way to approach the game.
Frankly speaking, I think white should be actually happy because it's it's a position that is at least it's equal, I would say, normally, but it will be a play that white's I assume better preparation will not be of importance, so it could be a good choice to do it like this.
Yeah. Okay, I think we go to the next game.
Yes.
Not much to say about this position yet. Okay, so here we have, it's a Poland against India.
Okay.
And probably two young guys, it's my expectation. So we have Krzysztof Radczek.
Yes.
Against Bagat Kush, a FIDE master, international master from Poland, high rated, against a FIDE master from India. And we have a interesting position here, I think.
Yes.
A little bit unusual because we have the queen on a6. Let's see how that happens. Okay, so there was c4, c6.
Yes.
Knight f3, d5, g3.
So.
Knight f6, bishop g2, bishop f5. Standard moves, I would say. Bishop g4 is also possible, but there is sometimes you can do knight e5 and things like that. Queen b3, queen b6, d3, e6, bishop e3, and now queen here.
Okay. This because normally in this type of positions they will take on b3, but in this case maybe this is smart actually.
Yeah. This is the obvious alternative.
Yes, of course.
The negative for black here, of course, is then you open for this rook here, and immediately we have a threat to take the pawn, and suddenly, white has some pressure on the queen side.
Yeah. And if you play a6, there will be some holes that you have to watch out. But queen a6, it's a little bit strange position for the queen.
Yeah.
So the first thing I do now is to check out the times, if this is a preparation from black side or not, and most likely it's not, I would say, because he has already been thinking 10 minutes. And if it was a preparation, this is not something you normally do. But okay, so what about the queen on a6? How can you, because what you try to do with white is of course to somehow find a way to challenge this move.
But I think usually with moves like this, you challenge them by not
doing much,
by not doing anything, because the queen is not well placed there. I mean, I wouldn't say it's very well placed.
No.
So I think white will just continue with development here. I mean, castling would be a normal move.
Or knight to d2 maybe.
Knight d2.
Also because then you can take on c4 if it takes with a knight maybe, I don't know.
Yes.
I was thinking about also one maneuver you quite often do with white in this position is to play knight to h4.
Also possible.
To go for the bishop.
Yeah.
To get the pair of bishops. But the problem right now is that I think that if you play knight to h4, maybe you can take on c4. That was.
Well, I don't think it's a big problem, but yes. No, I like white here. I think white could have a slight, tiny advantage maybe, but on the other hand, black has a reasonable position. I mean, black has ideas like just knight bd7 and maybe
knight
even knight c5 or something like that.
Yeah.
Bring out the bishop, castle, and so on. h6 could be a good move at some point, just to prevent this knight h4 thing.
Yeah.
If white does not play knight h4, so we'll see what happens. Let's go to the next one. So here we have a meeting between it's a Norwegian. Yeah, international master.
Yeah.
You can maybe tell me something about him.
No, Mads has been I had in several training groups.
Yeah.
He's
you should tell us about your engagement in Norwegian chess.
The thing was that when I became I was starting Team Sweden in Sweden. That was around year 2000. I was for 7-8 years. I was working with the top talents of Sweden.
Yeah.
You were sometimes joining me in this work that I did. But at the same time, one of my best friends, Simen Agdestein, was starting NTG, the Nordic top gymnasium in Norway. So, and then we had a lot of contact discussing how to train and so on. And many times I went to Norway to give lessons to the youngsters of Norway. And also at this time, I became in charge of the under-16 team in Norway.
Okay.
Raul Abrahamsson from Göteborg initially. He was the president of the federation. So during I think it was 6 years, I was also both taking care of Team Sweden and in Norway under 16, and Mads was part of this group.
Okay.
So
how old is he now?
What can he be? The thing is, I'm getting old as well, so I don't know. At 20,
is
20,
he that old?
20, I don't know, 27 maybe or something.
Okay, he's not a junior anymore.
No, he's not a junior anymore. But he, very, well trained, you could say. Yeah. So he's a good player.
Interesting.
He's a good player.
Okay.
But the other one, Lukas Dotzer, I don't know much about.
From Austria.
From Austria.
Yeah. An international master, high rated. From a rating perspective, he would be the favorite in this game, but I think Mads here is probably a very strong player, so it's an open game.
And not the least as Mads is white, of course.
Also an advantage.
Mm.
Let's see the game from the beginning and make some comments about it. So c4 was the start here, knight f6, knight c3, e6, knight f3, d5. And he goes for a modest opening, you could say. You could play d4 immediately, but he goes for this, which is perfectly okay. b5, bishop e2, bishop b7, b3.
Just putting out the pieces.
Yeah.
And then, of course, black's normal move here is c5.
Yeah.
But then I guess d4 will come.
Yeah.
And it's easy that it gets where you get a position where all the symmetrical position.
Yeah.
And it starts to swap off pieces. So with black normally, you
so
want to find a way to fight, and this is a little bit, annoying sometimes if you are the higher rated player.
So let's just try out something here. So this, you say d4. It's not necessary. You could go for some, restrained thing, but then of course white does not have anything. So c5, d4 looks normal, and then black has to make a choice.
Yeah,
he could put the knight here if he wants to. That's one possibility. I guess you can go here.
Yeah,
both are playable.
Take on c5 maybe could be dangerous. I don't know.
Yeah, the knight is it does.
I think the knight bd7 looks normal to me.
Yeah, it looks normal. I think this is playable, but of course you have this, and maybe there you can take on b5 at some point. So it's actually a bit dangerous for black. So probably this is not the best way.
That's why knight bd7 is more logical, because you keep an eye on c5.
Yeah. So probably.
So something like this.
So black, of course, black he does not have to play. He could start with knight.
Of course.
Knight here. This is also possible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's go to the next game. I think we have to give them some time to make a little. So here we have.
Now it's time for Edvin.
Edvin, yeah. So we can talk about. So he plays against someone from. It looks like.
Is it Slovakia?
Is it? Or is it somewhere in Asia? I don't know.
I thought it was. We are looking at our page where we can see the small flag. So I'm sorry if we it's hard to see.
This is tricky because
a little bit tricky to see.
This type of flag.
But anyway, at least he's playing against a player with 2376. So Edvin has got about 100 ELO points more. But he's black, so it's a little bit the same as in the game before, that a lower rated player has got white, so it can be a challenge.
Okay, so knight f3,
d5.
the ready.
It's interesting now because when I see Edvin playing, he's playing very strategically these days. Normally youngsters, they are more tactical, and so was Edvin as well. When he was younger, he's very, very good in calculations. But these days, he is more of a strategic player, I would say. And you can see here we have this type of position. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, and then this is, of course, now you say, you can take a pawn.
Yes, you can try.
You can, and you take this pawn, and you're very happy here now. Until this move comes. And then suddenly you resign.
Because it's a threat on checkmate on h2.
Yeah, there's a mate here and also a threat to the bishop.
So, but
it doesn't matter if you start... Well, it does matter if you start with the bishop instead. What happens then? Well, we have this position here. If you start with the bishop, take with the knight. Now you can go back with it, but now maybe you can take. No, you cannot take.
But even queen. So queen d6, knight g4.
You go all in, as we say. Yeah, this is not nice.
And f4 cannot be played because it's on e3.
No, this is not good.
It looks very dangerous. Huh?
Yeah, yeah. Well, actually, now if you take you take back with the bishop. And
that was the idea.
Queen,
yeah.
No, he should avoid that, and he did avoid that.
Of course.
Yeah, he played knight d2.
Because what is happening
solid.
now is that we have the classical Isolani structure. That means that black has got a solid sole pawn on d5, and but
The
what you-
IQP, as the juniors say today.
IQP.
Yeah, isolated queen pawn.
I see.
Everyone speaks English.
Okay.
My juniors do at least.
Yeah. Well,
They don't know. They don't know the Swedish names on opening. They because everyone is on chess.com and Lichess and so on.
That's right.
Yeah.
But anyway, the idea for white is, well, for black is that behind this pawn you get more space. So that is like the compensation get for a worse pawn structure. While in this type of position, white is normally very happy to start to swap off pieces and so on, because the more pieces that leaves the board, the more this kind of structure is important, with a better structure.
But black can usually launch an attack on the king side when you have this pawn, because it takes up a lot of space in the center, and you have free diagonals and files to attack. So the question is, how is this strategic Edwin going to treat this position?
Well, you can see that he is already played bishop to c7, so it's ready for your queen d6. So
Of course, this is a classical idea to get in here, but white easily can protect here. So yeah.
And then you put your knight on e4 and so on. So you will have some activity, but it is quite far away that there will be a checkmate on h2. So.
But somehow if black does not want to get into this exchange game where white exchanges piece after piece after piece, and in the end black sits with a very weak pawn here on d5, he has to find some idea, some tactics.
It is like this, that black needs to be active and continue to put pressure.
Sometimes
so
you can even sacrifice the bishop.
Yes.
On this, and then follow up with a knight check, and the queen comes here. But right now that it's not dangerous, because white has knight f3 always as a defense. Okay, should we go back to the top again?
Yes, let's do that.
So we go to...
I think we should at some point take a look at Vidar Seger as well.
We
can do that later on.
Yeah, we can do that later. We keep these 6 top boards going.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see where we were. I think we were I think we were here actually.
Yes, because I thought about we said that it's either e5 or d5 that will be played for black to challenge the white center, and we can see here that d5 came, and that's why I was not sure about bishop to e3, because after d5 c5 it is an interesting move to play knight to c4.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And then queen b3.
Now the question is, what about this position? Because, like I said, black will normally be happy to swap off pieces, and now you can actually take on e3 immediately. So in that sense, that's quite okay.
But I think that exchange, it has its drawbacks.
Always.
For white.
Yes.
But it also has some pluses. For instance, you protect the d4 square very well. But on the same... Let's say he does this. Let's just.
But actually, the problem is right now you probably just lose a pawn with black, because it's a threat on b7 and on d5.
Yeah, that's true. But this e3 pawn is also, at some moment in time, this could be a very dangerous idea to come here and attack this pawn. Sometimes you can even do some break with e5. So it's not so clear, and I'm not sure about this position. What happens?
Well, if you play bishop h6, I actually think you play king f2.
Oh. Yeah, that's a possibility. Maybe that's the way. So what do you propose after queen b3?
Knight a5 is always a possibility.
Yeah, you could do that. You mean with the other one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you go back with this knight, then you hang this pawn here. But you could play this move.
Yeah. But, yeah.
Yeah.
Could be.
And it's an intense fight.
The question is where to go with the queen. Is it on b4, on a4? Or?
No. We could have a very short game here with this. And then maybe at the I don't know. No, that's not possible because b7 is hanging right. But in this position, does white have a threat here really?
No, exactly. So now you can do something else, you know.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe queen d7 or something like that. Just
Yeah.
to protect and so on. And now if you need, you play knight to c6.
Yeah.
So I think this is fine for black actually. So maybe it's, I don't know, better to play queen a. Now you can play queen a4. It doesn't. I think it seems to be the best move actually.
Yeah, but you don't have so many options. But queen a4,
No.
then the b2 is falling.
Exactly.
So you more or less have to play. Well, you could go back. No, then no. You have to play queen b4, right?
Hmm.
And now queen d7.
Yeah, at least this was my suggestion.
Yeah. You might even have some ideas of taking here at some point. I
Mhm.
mean, in conjunction with taking, it could
Mhm.
be it could be playable at some point.
Mhm.
Maybe you never know. Yeah, here this is a challenge for white.
Mm.
Here you need to find a good move. Could we play something like rook to c1 with the idea of taking on d5? Something like, let's say we played rook to c1.
But in worst case, you can take on e3 and then go back with a knight to c6.
Yeah, but okay, let's say we bail out with this,
Mhm.
and we say, okay, this is okay because king f2.
No, then you take on a5. So you need to play
Yeah,
knight
yeah,
c6,
but I mean,
then queen b3,
Okay.
and now I was thinking about, I don't know, because you don't want to, I'm not sure you want to play e6, but maybe
then
you
g4,
can.
then g4.
But then bishop b4.
You may take it, maybe.
Yeah, okay. I think this is okay.
What happens here? Let's
Yeah.
we play something. What happens here if we do something like this? Maybe here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have queen d5? No. Yeah, maybe.
Queen d5.
But bishop. Yeah.
Or maybe
yeah.
bishop h6
Yeah, also. But yeah, but then we can take, right?
and queen d5.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. No,
No,
I think queen d5 is the normal move for
But
me.
Queen d5.
Yeah, you are right.
something.
That was not a
But
good suggestion.
No, but I
But
I
let's
thought
go back. Queen
D,
d5
yeah,
is the move that
yeah,
is normal, you
This
know.
is
And after the swap, it must be okay for black, I think.
well.
This is a bit,
Maybe we have to do this.
and maybe bishop h6 now, is it better? Rook c3.
Well, we play your move, king f2 maybe,
But then,
or rook c3.
okay,
It's a game.
it's a game.
Okay, so queen b3, interesting situation. We'll see
Mhm.
what happens. Let's go to the next
And
game.
of course, now he starts to think, so
Yeah.
he's out of his preparation for sure.
Yeah, it's very concrete now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he's looking at taking on e3, of course, but that seems to be premature here.
And what you normally say in chess is that after the opening, where the players are prepared, now you start to play on your own, and quite often it's here that games can be decided, or at least who is coming better and worse, because now you need to find the ideas how to continue when you're out of the book.
Yeah.
Just like here, it
This
can
is
be very
the
critical.
This is the moment where you say to yourself, why did I play this opening?
Yes, I do that all the time. Okay, so let's move on.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
Yes, we had this Chinese.
Yeah, here we have the Nimso Indian game,
Yep.
and we were here, and of course white exchanges,
Mm-hmm.
queen d3,
Mm-hmm. Knight b8.
and
Knight c7. Okay.
now if you play a move like c4, then you take away your possibilities for
Yeah.
black here. So you don't want to do that. That
Then you
would
play
be,
queen c2, and then
Yeah.
f3 to e4 will come
Yeah.
for sure. Mm-hmm.
then white's game becomes much easier. So here we have the situation. This is classic.
Mm-hmm. Because quite often what you want to do, because sometimes it's not an easy choice if you should go to c7 or b8 with a knight, because normally you want to play knight b8, knight c6, knight a5,
Right.
knight to c4, because that's a lovely square, but that takes time.
Yeah.
So it's not unusual that you try to bring in your knight through c7.
So classically, you just leave the bishop on c1.
Yeah, sometimes you even play bishop b2, you know.
Yeah, even later on maybe. But typically f3, knight g3, rook a2, and just, you know, this is typical move. F3 typical, rook up and over, as we say, and then maybe in the end you do this, and the idea is to mate the king here. That's the plan.
And another plan also for white is that I remember I lost a game to Michal Gurovic in this line where he played f3, g4, knight g3, rook a2,
that's
and
also
so on.
that's the same. Yeah, that's.
So he didn't play e4, but
So
he
I think
played this other.
that is the reason black usually play h5 after f3, because g4 idea is very strong for white. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Not much more to say about that right now. So we go to.
But my personal view is that white has got an easier game. That's my in that position, because
we'll see what black has cooked up. For. I mean, if black has a good black's position, I think is sound, and the bishop on c1 is not so fantastic. So if black manages to hold e4 down for white. He could
and
be better.
g4.
Yeah, because the knights can be very good in the position.
Yeah.
There are holes in white's position. So, okay, let's see this. Let's see. We
had bishop e2. Huh?
I think bishop g4 was played, and white played the most normal move here. I would say bishop e3.
Yeah. The only thing is now, is it good to take on f3 and play knight e5, but then you have queen b5 check. I think that's
something like
drawback.
that.
Yeah.
So queen a5 was played. And white castled. Which is interesting. Now black could take on c3.
Could take on c3, can take on f3, and knight e5 must also be possible. What about if you take on f3? Bishop take.
Well, maybe you could even take with the pawn if you want to. If you want to keep this bishop, because you have f4 later on.
Well, maybe.
But this is, of course. But you wanted to. Yeah. Do you want to take here? No, you want to do this immediately, right?
Yeah.
And then the queen has to retreat.
Or queen b5.
This is not good here. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
So you don't say that.
No, I could. You know my weaknesses now to put my queen on stage.
I'm just trolling you a bit, as they say.
Thank you.
But I think this
thank you, master.
Yeah, thank you. But this is problematic for white now.
Yeah.
Because if you go here, we can also do this maybe.
No, I think queen b5 is the key.
Yeah,
move,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So this
because if you take.
Now you have some threats. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's threatening on a7.
Yeah.
And queen knight to c7. So
no, I don't think that this is so good.
No.
So, but he took on f3.
Yeah.
Then
because one possibility is, of course, bishop take, then maybe take on c3.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking about.
It's also possible.
So let's see this.
Or just play knight f6 is also possible.
Yeah. So here
I think queen take in this position.
Really?
Because otherwise knight e5 is strong.
But now you don't, without the bishop, the queen can go to d4. Maybe. But the black seems to be good there. But you really want to exchange. Okay, let's have a look. Here I guess black must take, right?
But at least now you have the pair of bishops.
Yes. Yeah, it's playable. You have some dynamics. Rook b1, e5 could come at some point.
So knight f6, then you rook b1, rook b8.
Yeah, and you also have the idea to just push this c pawn and yeah. No, the bishops here. They are quite.
We know that they can be very strong.
And this double pawn maybe it's not so bad because you can advance it. So
and open files as well. So
yeah, and we have this very nice b file here.
So here we will have a very interesting struggle.
Yeah.
Where black will be better if he's got the chance to play b6, rook c8, and knight a5 or something like that. But white will be faster than that. So.
I guess if you take with the pawn for white, you could do the same. You can take on c3. I guess you do that because knight e5 is probably not so strong. And then the question is how that is. No, he took with the bishop. Yeah, he could play something very simple here, like
knight f6.
Yeah.
Yes.
Something like this.
And now maybe white plays bishop e2, just to avoid that.
Yeah.
I believe.
Something like that. I think black should not exchange on c3. I don't think that's a good plan.
I agree.
Okay, we'll see. So we don't know what's going to happen here. So in this position, interesting choice for black here.
And interesting is that both players have started to think.
Yeah.
So that means also that all these possibilities that we are now looking at, most likely it is the same that D. Lee is looking at as well and calculating.
Just because it looks interesting, if you play this like this, and let's say you take this just to get rid of it, and then play some king up here, for instance. How is this position? Because b2 is hanging.
If you take on a7,
yeah, you could take here. Yeah, you have rook b1 always.
Exactly.
So yeah, it doesn't really work. No, this is not good.
It's simply good for white.
Yeah, this is simply good. So he shouldn't do that. Okay, we'll see what happens. Let's go to the Polish-Indian meet.
Encounter, yes. So he played like we said. We said there were different possibilities for white after knight d2, yes. Here you said, and maybe this is the best move, h6 in this position.
Yeah, it's a possibility to preserve the bishop
yes,
on the diagonal.
Because now, after knight bd7, you give white the chance to play knight h4, and at least then you have one advantage, and that is the pair of bishops. So
then again, the position is not open, so the bishops are not dominating or anything like
yes.
that. But at the same time, it's quite crowded in the center, so the knights don't really have any good squares too. They have to stand back. So I would give a slight advantage for white here.
Yep.
Would you take on g6 here, or would you?
I don't know. Or if you should wait, I don't know. Maybe I actually would take immediately.
Just get it over with.
Yeah, because after if you play like bishop. If black plays bishop h5,
then you never get to exchange, maybe.
Yeah, h3. But yeah, I don't know. I think I would take it.
Yeah. But then there is bishop e7, and you can move the knight, and it can get a bit tricky. Yeah, I would also expect white to take on g6 here and just cash in. Okay. I think we have to wait here because we cannot really calculate what's going to happen. So here we have your.
So he played another way.
Yeah. So let's
sharper way. That was good.
So there was.
He played c5. Rook c1, c5. Interestingly, I like this. That this is a little bit more ambitious, maybe.
Yeah, he played a4 here.
Because if you play like d4, like we said. Then it's symmetrical, and
that's more like going for a draw.
Yeah,
I would say.
But this is a little bit sharper,
Yeah,
because now he has to play almost b4, I think.
Yeah,
because you don't want to take.
Yeah, white has so many threats to this pawn, so you have to move.
And now,
he played b4.
And now actually, white will have a good pawn structure when it comes to the pawn on c5, and you have a great square on c4. But of course, it takes time, So he will play knight b1, of course, because you want to place the knight on c4.
Knight d7 and d3. And now the idea is to go with the knight to c4 like this. So this will be an interesting struggle, I think.
Yes.
And the question is, how is black going to counter this?
There's one, knight d5 and bishop f6 was the first I thought of.
Yeah, he played knight d5. And as you say, this idea of playing the bishop here to f6 and then target this square.
Exactly, because the weakness that white has got, black has got on c4, the same is for white on c3 if you can swap off the black squared bishops. So this is like a normal plan.
You could keep the knight here and maybe go with the other knight to c4, something like that. And put the bishop on f3 and wait just to keep this square protected. And then in the right moment you could jump out. I don't know, something like that. Okay.
Now this will be interesting actually, because now instead of being, like you said, more like a drawing game quickly, suddenly we have an interesting strategic battle that will start.
Okay, so let's go to the next.
Let's go to Edwin. and his.
We had this position and he said I'm going to test him. He played Queen D6.
Ooh.
Do you see what I'm threatening?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's the biggest threat you can have in chess is threatening mate, and there is a big threat now to H2.
I guess not knight to F3, yeah? Knight to F3.
Yeah. He played.
And now the normal move is bishop G4, I would say.
Yeah. Something like this.
And now you threatens to play knight to D4.
Now you threaten to take here, and then you take here, and then it's a mate again on H2.
It's okay. So what should white do here?
We could take with the bishop on C6 maybe.
And then pawn take. And then rook C1.
Rook C1, C5.
Knight B5.
And then you have to take on F3, I guess.
And what about that position?
Take on D6,
D6.
take on D1. Yeah.
How is that? Will you be a piece down? Or?
Yes, piece down.
We can go knight to B5.
So let's look at.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Let's check
line.
this position.
Okay, so but we were looking at was.
Let's just show if white plays this move, because then this comes and it's resigns.
Because bishop takes.
Whatever you do, if you take the bishop here, the knight will take, and if you take the knight, the bishop will take, and then in the end it's always mate here on H2.
Yes.
So H3 is a big mistake. So bishop G4 looks like a very strong move. And white really has to find something good here.
That's why I thought about bishop takes C6.
Yeah, this is. There are not so many possibilities actually, because you threaten to take here.
And to go for G3, it looks very dangerous right now. Huh? It could be possible.
Well, yes, that's true. You have this option. You could play this move.
Just to go back with the bishop to E2 later on.
Then you have these holes, but maybe it's not so critical. Maybe maybe you can survive.
Maybe this is the best.
I don't know. It's not clear. Maybe now you take on D4 or something, and knight E4 and. Yeah,
and the white pieces are a little bit strangely placed.
In the worst case, if you don't have anything else, you play this move, right? And then you have to just try to survive.
Well, I think it's playable, but the idea, I think the interesting line was this. The more, what do you say, challenging was take on C6, B takes C6, rook C1, C5, knight to B5. Take on F3, take on D6, and knight to B5.
Yes.
Bishop E2. Then you simply take on C7.
Yes, but you could take.
No, but then you take with the king. Take on F6. Take on C5. No, what?
No, but there's bishop E2.
So take here. Okay. And take on. Take on F6.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess we take here.
And knight C7.
Now we play maybe here.
Take on D5.
But we're the exchange up here. I mean,
I take.
Now you have checked. Yes,
that's
yes,
the point.
Yes. Yeah. Very long calculation
here.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that, but there was some alternatives here, right?
Yeah, it's complicated. That's I just say that this is very complicated, of course. You know.
I think maybe this is much better.
Bishop.
We threatened the bishop and the rook. This wins. No, this is really dangerous. After bishop C6,
of course.
B takes. I think rook C1 is a mistake here. The question is, do we have an alternative? Well, maybe you could play. No, you cannot play. Can you play B4? No, it doesn't work, right? Maybe the.
But let's see it again. Rook C1. Rook C1, C5, knight B5. Take on F3. Take on D6. And go knight B5. Yeah, take on H2. King take, bishop b2, knight c7.
Was it like this?
No, that's why this was
Oh
maybe
yeah,
better.
this is a new idea.
Yeah.
But we can play.
But I guess black will be at least one pawn up, you know. Now you take on f6. And rook e1.
Rook e1, but then we just play a pawn up.
No, but you're pawn up. That's right.
Yeah,
that's what I mean, you know.
Yeah,
so,
that's-
so it's good for
Okay,
black.
I think this is a tricky position.
No, G3 is the best move. I
Yeah,
think.
probably you probably have to play G3 here and accept this weakness. As they say, if it's not possible to attack the weakness, then there is no weakness.
Yes.
And maybe white has a very simple plan. You just put the rook on e1, and then you go all the way back and put the bishop here, and suddenly white has a solid, rock solid position.
Rock solid.
Yeah, rock solid.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So let's go back to board number 1, or do you want to go to see?
We can. I think it's interesting to see
Yeah,
our
okay,
young
okay, yeah,
Swedish hope,
I agree with you.
Vidar Seger. Yeah.
So we let's go to move number 1. So tell me something about Vidar. Do you know him personally, and have you trained him?
No. I have never trained him, but of course I've seen him playing.
Yep.
It's mainly Vladimir Poulet's student,
Yep.
and not the least, Vladimir has got great hopes for him,
Yes.
and he's very ambitious.
Yeah.
I guess that he has got the same problem as all our Swedish talents, that he's so good in school. That's a huge problem because they go for school instead for our lovely game.
Yeah,
But
that's really bad.
they're really bad,
Yeah.
exactly. No, but that's normal,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah,
But so
that's good.
so he try, of course, like everyone, he tries to combine school and chess.
Yeah.
The best he can, and he's doing very well, of course. And from personally, I will be very interested to see his development, because he seems to be serious, working hard, and can obviously play very, very good, like in the first 2 games. So
Okay.
yeah.
One more Chinese player.
One more Chinese player. They are
Kai-
coming.
Kai Fan Chi.
Yes.
International master from China, probably a young guy. That's my guess. So let's see what happens. So we get the Caro-Kann. And here Vidar decides to play the advanced variation. I think that is maybe the most popular these days. In the old days, when we used to play more chess than we do now.
I have always played e5 here.
You always done that?
Yes,
Yeah.
more or less.
I always used to play this
Knight
old
c3 or
knight
knight d2.
d2 or knight c3, one of those moves, accepting the exchange here, and there are long lines. Black puts the bishop on
Yes.
h7, all these things.
And white might be slightly better.
And white is slightly better. The e4 is more direct. You
E5,
You just e5. You claim the space advantage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now there are 2 options. It's either bishop f5 or c5 directly.
Yeah.
That's well, at least this is what you face normally if you play with white. Bishop f5 is this classical move, you could say.
Yeah. We have this line was played between, I think, Tal and Botvinnik way back.
Yes.
And Tal played, or rather Botvinnik, he played, I think he played both bishop f5 and c5.
And c5, okay.
Yeah, I think, isn't this called the Botvinnik line?
Yeah,
C5?
if you play c5, you normally have to take with white on c5, and you try to keep the pawn, But bishop f5, you have an interesting, you take.
Then the white.
Yeah, and there are long lines.
Yeah, long
we
lines.
don't have to go into.
No, but the idea is that white tries to keep these pawns as long as possible, and black has to fight to get them, and in the end, white also again a little bit better, I think. But okay, bishop f5 is the classical move.
And now we have an interesting, because normally black will follow up, of course, with e6 and c5, and we'll get like a French structure, but with a bishop outside the pawn chain.
When you
And
say
the question
when you
is-
say the French structure, let's just explain what that is. That is this
exactly.
This
and E5.
this is
Yes.
the French structure,
Correct.
where the bishop is hemmed in by the pawn on E6.
Yes.
So everyone understands this. And after C6, black does not have this problem. This is the main point of the Caro-Kann, right?
Yep.
That you actually get your bishop outside.
Yes.
But then there is the tall variation,
Yes.
H4, and black plays a little bit carelessly
Yeah,
E6.
Yeah, that's not to recommend.
And
yeah.
then suddenly this happens, which is a little bit annoying.
Yes.
Losing a bishop already in the opening. This fantastic bishop that you managed to get outside the
Yes.
pawn
You look very
formation.
happy when you see this.
Yeah, it's very nice for
It's
white.
very nice, exactly. Yes.
No, but H4 is a very strong move, but H5 is the correct
Yes.
antidote. So, but in this game we saw 92.
Interesting here is that 92 is a little bit of a new move
Mm-hmm.
because a knight f3 or knight c3 has been like the main moves before, but a lot of white players has started to try to find new ways, because knight f3 has been a more slow version of it.
This was Nigel Short's.
Yeah, this is more strategic, slow move, knight f3. While knight c3, there are long, very sharp lines because you don't have the possibility to cover up this d4 pawn with c3. But on the other hand, you have a rapid development of your pieces. But of course, there are very, very long lines. So, for example, what I have started to do is to look for. I play, for example, bishop e3 in this position.
Where here?
Instead of knight d2. So,
Is that the Jesper line?
Well, if you like, you can, I don't know, but it's just
I-
like a way to try to combine these two ideas,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
keep
yeah.
the possibility to play c2 to c3. But okay, so
The interesting thing is that white has so many moves here.
yes,
You could even play a move like c4, for instance. It has been played. I
yes, exactly.
know. So h4, c4, knight f3, knight d2, knight c3, and bishop e3 you mentioned.
Yep.
Bishop d3 has been played, I know. So there are many moves here for white. But black usually has quite a good game because he has a very strong idea, and the idea is just to exchange this bishop here somewhere, and then you put the pawn on e6 and you have everything right. You have the
And then
right
c5.
bishop, and the knights go to maybe d7 and e7 and f5 or something, and c5. At some point you play c5 and you get a French but without the bad bishop. Then
That's
there are
right.
these guys who says that it's not a bad bishop, but that's another question.
Yes,
Okay, so knight d2 was happening.
yes, that's interesting move.
E6.
E6, normal.
Knight b3.
So the idea now is that to try to hold back this c6, c5, that is the classical way for black to challenge the white center. Interesting idea, I must say.
Well, there are many games with this line.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. So knight d7, knight f3, c5.
Quite often in this type of position, what black will do after knight f3 is to play bishop g4. Simply, like you said, to swap off this bishop and then to go for the French butt with the bad bishop gone. But maybe c5 is a little bit more direct, but can't you just take it?
Yeah, he did.
Because if you take it, then if the knight takes, you take and bishop b5 check.
Yeah, well, he
It's
has
a little annoying.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happened, because this happened in the game.
Okay.
So white took, bishop takes, he played.
This is
A little bit unusual. I would
this
say.
is because normally this is your good bishop, and you don't want
Yeah.
to swap that one off. I don't really like this.
But he has this queen check, that was the point. And
But
queen
still,
takes. Yeah, it's still a bit strange. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, you can even play bishop e3 with a tempo here. Huh?
Yeah.
But
But
I didn't do it. but
no, he played knight d4 here.
maybe, or
And
maybe it's better also.
interestingly, if you look at the times,
Yeah, this is. But I think that for me, black has played very strange so far.
bishop b5,
Yeah.
queen c7, castles, bishop g6, h4, h6. But if you look at the times, we see that the Chinese player has already used almost half his time.
Mhm.
He has used up almost 40 minutes.
Is this the actual position?
This is the position right now.
Yeah, because another thing is that, of course, after h6, if you're forced to play this move, it might be dangerous to go for a short castle, because you have a target with your bishop on c1.
Yeah.
So, and after h5, and then followed maybe even by f4, you have what is called a winning pawn structure, someone says, because black cannot play any pawn moves on the king's side without getting a worse pawn structure. So, actually, I like this position for white.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks good.
Seems like white has got some kind of advantage here.
Yeah.
It's maybe not extremely much, but no doubt. You can also maybe even play bishop to f4 and rook e1 and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Or put in h5 first, maybe. So the question is now, should you go for f4, h5, f4, or should you go for bishop f4 and rook e1 and so on?
So let's see, where did he start to think? Yeah, after bishop g6.
But even before that, actually.
No, I'm talking about
Vidar.
Vidar,
Okay.
yeah, just to check where did because up to here he had only used 1 minute.
Okay.
But then after bishop g6 he played h4.
Uh-huh.
He used his 6 minutes.
So that was the new move.
And
bishop
now
g6.
he's thinking. So yeah, something surprising for him. I mean, you cannot play the moves he played very fast without having analyzed them before.
Of course.
So this was preparation for sure.
Mm.
So yeah, so here we are. And the question is, how should white continue?
Mm.
And as you said, I mean, h5 is quite tempting to do, right?
Mm.
Something like this. Let's say we go here. Black.
Go back.
Yeah, you could go in just to try to provoke something. I don't know. This is possible also, but let's say we do something like this.
And maybe you should, I don't know if you should go for f4 or bishop f4.
If you play f4,
it's a little bit dangerous because
then black could reposition the bishop here.
Yes.
And the question is now, if you now exchange on d7 at some point, then you cannot really get rid of this.
No. That's true.
Now
that's why maybe bishop f4 is a better option.
Now the bishop is not active anymore. So suddenly this bishop becomes bad.
I agree. So I guess that bishop f4 is better.
So something else maybe. Yeah, or rook e1 also. Shall we go to next game?
Yes, but at least it looks quite good so far for our young Swedish hope.
Yeah, I would say this is an interesting position with lots of possibilities. I don't know what the evaluation is. Black has all the pieces out. There shouldn't be any real big problems for white, for black. But white has the pair of bishops. That's important. The question is just how to use them. That's the question. Maybe he should retreat the bishop at some point.
I mean, rook e1, short castle, and bishop f4.
Maybe, yeah.
And then retreat, like you said.
Maybe something like that. Okay, let's go back. So we go to our
top board.
Board number 1, and things have happened.
Yes, because we had this Alekhine struggle.
And we had the queen b3, and black did not play knight a5 here.
Okay.
He went for b6.
b6 instead. Okay.
Yep. So what's your reaction to that?
You're sacrificing a pawn, aren't you?
Yeah, but you activate your bishops.
Yeah, it's a sharp play. Let's see how much. But at least he has been thinking a bit. So you're
thinking about taking immediately here?
Well, either that. I don't know which one is the best.
So should we check that?
I can play knight a5, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, so take on.
So let's just show this.
That was of course.
Because if you take, this looks at least very interesting for white. A pawn more and not really any compensation that I can see. Maybe some activity, but it's unclear. But there is a much stronger move here, knight a5. And then black is perfectly fine.
Absolutely.
Then he can take with the knight. The queen must move, and then you take with the knight.
So better is to take. He took on b6.
You took on b6, cb6. Black took with a pawn here. And now he took on c4, knight a5, queen b5.
Okay.
Knight c4, queen d5. Yeah.
And now you have to take on b2, or
No, he didn't.
I mean, if you do not want to lose any pawn, isn't that the way to play then?
Yeah, he could do that. He could take on.
Or is it queen b3? Is that annoying?
No, well, you have knight d. That's unclear. That looks
Mhm.
unclear, but
Because the knight is very strangely placed on d3.
yeah, because if you exchange queens here, like this, then suddenly the knight is very active on against b6 and
Mhm.
e7,
Yeah.
and
No, you don't want to do. But
So that's not so clear.
mm-hmm.
But here the Chinese grandmaster found queen c8, which is an
Mhm.
advanced move, I would say.
Because now if you can always take on b2,
b2 is hanging.
and b3 you take on e3, and the
Yeah,
knight
yeah.
on c3 is hanging. So
Yeah, so this move actually loses immediately to this,
Mhm.
which is not so nice. Suddenly, white is completely lost.
Exactly.
So
So
the
that
que-
was a
yeah, looks like a good
interesting
idea.
move.
So then the question is, what does white do? This queen maneuver from white side looks a little bit dubious.
Yes, I agree. Because what is happening now is also that black has got a pair of bishops. So
Mhm.
sometimes you can even take on e3 and play with a pair of bishops. Even if you're a pawn down, it can be interesting to play this type of positions, because if it opens up in the center, the bishops will be very strong. So
What usually happens when you do this type of queen expeditions is that at one point you start looking, how do I get back? And I think white is thinking about that now. But it's not so easy to get back, actually, because if you play this move, you could even think about bishop d3.
Aha, because what I was thinking of was rook to fc1. I thought was the logical move in this position.
Here,
Mm.
you mean before?
Yeah, before, yeah.
Here. Yes, yes.
But
yes,
then
of
actually rook a5 is at least dangerous.
course. Now you have to start making trick moves like knight b5.
Knight b5. Yeah, maybe that is enough, but knight to take on e3 and then queen a6. What is that like?
You mean this move?
Yeah, take on e3.
Yeah,
F
we have
taking
to take.
and queen a6. At least that was my idea.
Well, we have a4. I mean, we're not losing.
You have a4, and then you can take, and you will have equal pawns, and you have the pair of bishops.
It's true. But then white's position looks. Then the queen suddenly has some space, and it's.
I mean, it's not losing it.
It's not losing.
But I think black is better.
I'm wondering if there is maybe something even better
stronger
here. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's what I'm thinking. Because the queen.
It's really out of.
Yeah. But the question is if there is something. Maybe there isn't anything. Rook a5 looks like a perfectly good move for black. So I'm not complaining about that. It's just you get this feeling that the queen is out on an expedition, and it might be very difficult to get it back.
Maybe even rook a5, knight b5, and bishop d3. What about that?
Okay, let's look. And now, surprisingly here. But the queen is not trapped now because g5 is.
And then queen. I just think that now it's hanging on. You're threatening to play knight to take on the e3, yeah?
Yeah.
I think.
But we could play something like a4.
Mm-hmm.
Protecting.
Maybe not.
Okay, so very interesting and
Yes.
very. Oh, knight e5 he played.
Oh, knight e5.
Yeah. That might be good actually. Now he opens up a retreat for the queen.
Mm-hmm.
So now you always have this move if there is some problems.
Mm-hmm.
And now the question is for black how to proceed.
In worst case, you can take on b2. Huh?
Yeah, you can take on b2.
Queen b3.
But
Okay.
if you take there, white is perfectly okay, I think.
Mm. Yeah, that
So-
was probably the best move.
So very very interesting position here.
Mm.
Very very sharp, very sharp.
Not easy, because it's also a little bit the feeling here that if you make like the bad move, you can end up in a worse position.
Right.
So you have to be very, very careful at this moment of the game, because they are obviously out of theory, and yeah.
So let's see. Let's say if you just take this
Queen
guy.
b3 maybe.
Yeah. And now we go out here. So let's say he just.
No, wait. It's hanging on b6 as well. No,
Yeah.
it's not. It's in the knight is
No,
hanging. Sorry.
So I'm just thinking. That, yeah,
95 maybe.
okay. Yeah, this is interesting.
Because now it's hanging on d3. It's hanging on e7, b6. Suddenly it starts to look very, very dangerous for black, I think.
Yeah. Well, I guess there are moves here.
I think white is better now.
Maybe. Something like Queen e6 or something.
Yeah, but then you can always take on d3
Yeah.
and then take on e7 and you will be a pawn up.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So maybe in this position of the Queen b3, what can you do?
I don't know.
You could take on e5 maybe.
Exactly.
But that's
then-
you don't want to do that.
And then knight c4.
Then suddenly okay.
Might actually be quite good for black.
Something like this, and just say, okay, my position is okay, and yeah.
Because now it's a threat of maybe rook a3. You have knight take e3, knight take e5.
But maybe you have this trick, your your favorite,
My favorite one.
and then take maybe on b6 and just say, oh, pawn up.
True. Could be.
Interesting game.
Very sharp and very intense.
Very, very sharp. So
Okay.
we go to board number 2.
Let's go for that one.
And here we have this
Chinese.
Nimso Indian, which has not gone the way we thought it would.
No.
So let's see what happened. So we had this bishop a6 move, and there was an exchange.
Yes.
The queen came up, the knight went to c7, and you said that knight b8 to c6 to a5, some move like this, here and here, and here is sort of a standard plan, but black went for the c7 instead. And here came bishop b2, which you mentioned as a possibility. It looks a little bit, well, I don't know. Well, maybe it's good. So bishop b2, cd4, and now surprisingly it took with the knight. And rook c8.
Is the idea to play like
c4 at some
C4?
point?
and try to open up and have a good bishop? It must be this move.
Yeah.
You can of course play knight c6 and grab a pawn on. Can you do that?
Well, it's
Oh, okay.
yeah. You can do. Yeah, we can look. So you mean this move?
Then queen d7 maybe. Take on a7 and then rook a8 and it's caught maybe.
Yeah,
So that was not good. Okay.
No, I don't like white's position so much.
I think that c4 must be the move, because then at least you have this long diagonal for your bishop. So I think this is the idea.
Yeah, probably. And then suddenly white's position makes sense.
And white can be a little bit better due to the threat of knight f. You know, if you take on c4 and then queen take and bishop knight f5, and you have some threats. You know, this makes sense. I think c4 is the move.
Yeah. Okay, let's go forward to the next game. Let's see what we have here. So this was interesting.
Yes, we had this.
We had bishop takes, and he took.
He took, yes, and now
He didn't take with the queen as we
thought.
suggested. He took with the pawn, which
I
is
think-
another way to do it.
But I think this. I'm not sure this is correct.
Knight e5, queen d1, knight f6, rook b1, castles, take on b7, rook e8, bishop d4, queen a2.
Okay, so if you play queen a1,
Yeah, I guess that's the idea, to play here. Should you take it? Well, if you don't, I guess we just take a7. What do you think?
I think this is slightly better for white, but I don't know. There is also the possibility to take on f3 and then go for queen e6.
Yeah, that was the idea. Let's see that.
Mm-hmm.
Because you could maybe come here and try to do some tricks with the knight, maybe here. But he can always take on f6. But maybe knight h5 is a threat and go to... I don't know. It
should be through.
So let's say we take this.
Yes.
What happens here?
Rook takes.
Maybe move the rook.
And then queen h3.
Maybe keep the rook.
But if you take on a7 and then queen h3, how to defend f3?
Yeah, it's not so easy. Well, you could take here maybe.
Yeah.
But
you can take on...
no, if you take here, bishop h4.
Okay, so take back.
You have to take back.
Mm-hmm.
And now the queen comes.
Comes back, yes. And now f5 or something like
this
that.
This must be
a draw.
Equal.
Yes.
Okay, white has a pawn, but it's such a bad pawn. Two double pawns. Yeah, this is possible.
Okay.
Let's go to the next game. So this one is a bit slow.
Mm-hmm. He took the bishop on g6.
So bishop,
he played h3.
He didn't take immediately. He played
no,
h3.
He can't, exactly, because then you cannot play bishop to h5.
No, that's
so he's waiting
pointless,
a bit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But now he took.
Yeah, that's also quite normal to wait until black has castled, because otherwise the rook can be good on h8 if you take too early. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And a3.
Yep. I like that.
And we can see that both players are using their time. They have used a lot of time. White has used a little bit more time. And the position is...
maybe, white is slightly better, I would say. But black is so solid also. All the pawns are on the right color and so on. So it should be okay for black as well.
In this position, I always find it a little bit difficult to find a plan, because it's such a dense center and everything is sort of balanced, and you cannot really do anything.
No, I agree.
And there are no easy ways to attack, for instance.
No, it's true. Okay, so I think it will be a slow game. White will go back with his queen, try to do something on the queen side. Black will just hold, put his pieces at good squares and wait for white. And it will be not easy, like you said, for white to find a really convincing plan to make progress.
It's not so easy. I mean, there are ideas, of course. You could maybe move the bishop from e3 and go for some e4 stuff at some point.
Exactly. This is the normal idea.
A logical idea, but I mean, black has a very solid position. I don't see anything immediately, but I mean, in the long run, if white managed to get his pawns rolling, so if let's say managed to get the pawn here and maybe even play f4 at some point, then suddenly he has some chances. Okay, I think we will just have to wait and see. So we go to the next one,
the Norwegian,
and we let's see. We had this knight b1, knight d5. Yeah, we were here, I think, in this position. And white played the rook e1. A little bit of a mysterious rook move to me.
No, well, I think he's making room also for the bishop to go back to f1.
Probably, yeah.
He plays very slowly.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
But okay.
So then bishop f6 came. And
because one idea he could have after bishop f1 and the queen on c2,
he played queen c2,
exactly,
rook c8, and bishop f1.
Yeah.
This is the actual position.
Because is it possible to go for e4 at a point?
Yeah. To get rid of the knight on d5, and then finally you can
make use of the square c4.
Suddenly you can jump out with this. You don't want to do that as long as black can jump to c3. Yeah. Yeah, I think I would like to be white rather than black in this position. What do you think? Do you prefer black?
No, I prefer white in a way. But I think that from a more objective angle, I think it should be equal.
Yeah.
I think so, but it's a little bit easier to play black, I think.
I mean, it's important to note that even when white gets the knight to c4, that doesn't do much.
It's true.
It's a nice,
beautiful square, but what can you do then?
Yeah, it's very beautiful, but what is the plan? What do you want to do? But white has ideas. There are ideas of e4, maybe at some point d4.
Yes,
White has this sort of backward center, but it's quite dynamic. And
a little bit.
Suddenly you can move forward, and things happen.
White has got more chances to be active, if you put it this way.
Right. And black is doing sort of the same thing. He's moving his queen. He's going to activate the rook somehow. Maybe it goes to e8 or d8 here, and there are many possibilities. And then the question is, how do you continue? That's not so clear. But maybe black can even consider playing at some point e5. Could be a move. Okay, so now we go to Edwin.
Yes. Okay, didn't play bishop g4. Interesting.
He went for an even more direct attack. He played knight to g4. So let's just remind ourselves what happened here. There was this queen d6, this very brutal attack on h2. And white, of course, defended. And now we thought that this move would have been a
was
good...
the normal one.
Yeah,
but there is one idea with knight to g4 that I like.
So instead he went with the knight. And I mean, it's an obvious threat just to take here.
Yes.
That's
so he must play g3, I guess. You don't want to play h3.
No, you don't want to play h3. That sort of plays into black's hand, because then both bishops are very strong, and you can never play g3.
You can even play maybe knight to h2.
Yeah. It's very.
It's okay, g3, and then maybe you play queen to h6.
Yeah.
And now at least you will start to have some threats, like to take on e3. The queen is good on h6, for h2. Could be knight to e5 and so on. So maybe he feels that this gets, here you get more pressure than if rook c1 you go for bishop d7, and yeah,
you could even just position your queen on h3 very, very nasty, because then there are no knight h4s and things like that, and then you maybe even try to get the rook somewhere.
You probably like rook e1 and bishop f1 or something like that.
Yeah, of course, white defends, but in the right moment you can try to get these things.
Yeah.
So I like what Edwin is doing here. Probably the computer says it's nothing, but I know in practice when you play and defend, it's not so nice. You don't want to defend, you want to attack, right?
Exactly.
And
it's easier.
Yeah, it's much easier, and it's more fun. And when you're attacking, usually there are not so many threats to your position. You force your opponent to think in a defensive manner, and that is usually very good, because then he will doubt himself, and he will be a little bit afraid. Maybe I make a mistake, and so on. All these things. So this looks promising, I would say, for Edwin. That is my take on this.
And also a little bit better time. That is, of course, good also. Should we take a look at Vidar?
Yeah, we go down here all the way. So let's see what happened here.
Yeah,
there was
plays like we thought, h5.
There was the h5 move here. So we had this position. We had lots of discussions around should you play h5 or not. He went for h5, and now surprisingly he didn't. I thought he was going to go back.
Yes.
I was convinced that this was the move, but no. Bishop f5.
That's a bit of a surprise.
Well, yes, it's a surprise. Many players would play bishop h7 without thinking.
Because I think now rook e1, that happened also. And I'm even surprised that he made a castle here.
Let's see. I'm sorry. Rook e1 and now he well, where should he go? He cannot.
No,
go.
I just say because I'm you know, maybe knights. The idea I thought, you know, because now he cannot play knight c6. That's correct. So maybe a6, you know, something like that. I thought, but to wait with the kings, where to put the king a little bit, you know, because now actually, you know, you can play like g4, g5 at some moment, you know, some really fast attacks.
It's what they call the caveman style.
The cave, absolutely. I'm a caveman these days.
So let's try it out and see what happens.
No, it could be that you play bishop f4 first, but okay, g4.
No, let's go.
Let's go caveman.
Yes, without
Okay.
any. Okay, so where do you want to go?
Bishop h.
You want to go to e4?
To force f3. Okay, let's do that then. Okay, f3.
Sometimes, I don't know if there is some trick now.
Capture e4.
You can take an e4. Okay.
Take on e4, maybe
And
take
then-
on d7 and take on. Now that you cannot do. Can you take on e4? Is it good?
Maybe.
Let's have a look.
Take on e6. Take on d7.
With what?
Queen.
With the queen. So you play with an exchange down, yeah? We could. No, we cannot take there. Take. Will I play your move, king f7?
You should not copy my ideas, Tom.
Yeah, well, I have to copy something.
Okay. Yeah, this looks. This is
It's-
not good enough.
It's not.
think-
It's not quite enough. It
No.
could have.
No,
have
it
been.
was close.
It was very close. Yeah, I agree.
Close, but not. You know, that's the problem
Yeah.
when you play chess.
Close. Yeah.
You can always be very close.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. I have no.
this is what you say every time you lose. You say,
Yeah.
"I was very close,"
Yeah,
but
I had a good position. But
yeah. How many times have you
something
heard that?
happened.
Yes.
I made a move. It wasn't so
Actually,
good.
this is the book I'm looking forward to. Is the best excuse is when you lose in chess.
Yeah,
you
maybe
know?
you should write.
We
it.
have heard. I've heard so many through the years. You know.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's continue. So no, that's why I said that bishop f4 is normal. I think.
So are we finished
First.
with this?
No, well, okay. G4.
Bishop e4.
You can play f3.
Yeah, let's say we do f3. I don't know if that really disturbs.
Can you take? Could you take on e5 instead?
with the queen?
Yeah.
Going for a draw then, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, this could be the point maybe of playing like this.
Mm.
But there is a pin now to the bishop. If we
can
just move the king up,
to g2 maybe.
what happens if we just play
don't know.
this?
Now even f5 or something. Can you play something like that?
But the knight is hanging on d7.
I know
also.
knight f6 is also possible. It's actually quite dangerous. This.
Yeah, it's dangerous, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's possible. We cannot.
Okay, no.
It's too far off.
This would be very sharp if you.
Yeah,
this is happening.
but something like this could happen.
It could happen actually.
It's
Yes.
not impossible, right?
Yeah.
So, but I don't know.
Okay, but we go for bishop
what,
e4,
what do you
f3,
think?
bishop
Would
h7.
this be in Vidar's style to play something like g4 here?
Yes, I think so. I think he's one of those who tries actually to play the best move. No, not you know, thinking about style or something. That's my feeling when I've seen him playing. You know, so in that sense, very ambitious. You know.
Yeah.
This is something I like. You know.
Yeah, sure.
So he's not the scared type, if I put it this way.
Yeah, but it's you risk a little bit with g4. It's not risk free to play.
That's why I
like
say that you could be that you should play bishop f4 first.
Yeah.
And then you have this option, or maybe even queen d2 and take on h6 or something like that.
But then the game slows down a bit.
But what should black do now? Should he play like knight c6 or what is the move?
Maybe.
Then you take on f5. Sorry.
No, you cannot. Yeah.
So you can see the question is what to do, because
yeah.
f6 I guess you can take always on d7.
Yeah. Oh, bishop f4 is a very natural move.
Yep.
Yeah.
So then probably some rook move. rook d8 or a6 maybe also try to force matters.
There is the possibility maybe to activate the knight,
Knight.
to c5, for instance.
Mm-hmm. Maybe now you should take the pair of bishops. We like them.
You want to do that?
Yeah, I think so actually.
And we take with the knight.
And now g4.
Now you come here with all your pawns.
Mm.
No, knight h4 does not look very tempting because then bishop g3
Exactly. So we
traps
need
the
to go
knight.
back.
So we have to go back. Do you want to do g5 now? Yeah, white has a strong initiative here.
Yes.
It could be very dangerous.
Yes.
It's not quite clear because now
No.
we have the possibility to sort of put in a breaker here with
Of course.
putting knight on
Of course.
on e4 and this knight. So it's quite a tricky position.
Yep.
Yeah, very interesting.
This is, but still, it looks promising for white. But still,
the
you have to
question.
find like
Yeah.
the best way for. I mean, even a very simple idea could be to take on d7, take on f5, and then go for g4 and this kind of stuff. You know,
Yeah.
it's also quite dangerous, I think.
Yeah, for both. That's
Yeah, but
the
I think that
problem.
white. But I think that it's white who is active and will have chances in that position.
Yeah,
but-
it's true. It's
But
true.
okay.
Okay.
So still some hope.
So let's
Go back.
I think we go through the list and then we take a small break. Okay.
Yes, that's good.
So okay. So let's see what happens here.
Exactly. We try to make a break, but we get too interested in the positions all the time.
No, yeah, yeah.
Okay, we do.
There will be a break, but
Yes.
we just see here. Knight e5 was played,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
and he took it and played rook
He
d8.
took it.
Very simple. Yeah, it's not a stupid plan because queen b5 you have bishop, d3. Yeah, that's the idea.
Mhm.
So you cannot really keep the e5 pawn.
Very easy play.
Yeah. And if that is the case, then black must be better, right? If he can just get the pawn back with a pair of bishops and active play.
And queen b3, and then take on b6.
Yeah, you can do that. Let's try it. Okay, so queen goes. If the queen goes somewhere else, this one is important because then we have this trick.
Mm-hmm.
So that should be avoided. So you have to go here. And now, I guess he takes this.
Mm-hmm.
And then the question is, how do you want to
take on b6 with a bishop? Was my idea.
Mm-hmm.
And then go maybe a4, a5 after rook d2 or something like that. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then you can take on b2.
And now
maybe.
this comes.
Okay, and then knight d5.
You don't even look at this bishop.
Well, I will take it with the queen.
Yeah, that's true.
Strange position again. Tactics.
Yeah, this is strange.
I remember this tournament that Lavac was doing here in Sweden. Was it 15 years ago when we had a lot of Chinese players?
Yeah, I remember. I played it.
Yeah, you played. Yeah, that's right. With 3 cars at the 1, 2, 3 first prizes, I think, or something like that. But anyway, that was one of the first times we had the new young generation of Chinese players coming to the Nordic countries, and I was very, very impressed by their tactical skills.
Yeah.
Because they were so tactical in everything they did.
Yeah, the two best players were 18 years old. It was Wang Hao
Yes,
and Li Chao.
exactly.
Li Chao B, they call him, because there is a Li Chao A also.
B,
Yeah,
C. and-
yeah.
Okay.
There are 2 Li Chaos.
Okay.
But I think Li Chao, he's now a chess trainer in Germany.
Uh-huh.
He stayed in Europe.
Okay.
And Wang Hao he had a very good
He
run.
was very, very.
He was-
I mean, over 2,700. I
He
think,
won the tournament and he was fantastic.
Mhm.
But I don't know. He has sort of not.
No, you
I haven't
don't
seen
see
him.
him.
I don't see him.
No.
Haven't seen him. I remember I played this Li Chao. It was a fantastic game. He beat me. It should have been a draw, but he
It should have been.
Yeah,
Yes,
and
yes.
I-
You had a good position.
And I remember
Yeah.
after the game, I
Okay.
asked him, How old are you?" And he said, 18 years old. And I said, "And already so strong."
You said that.
With a little bit of bitterness in the voice.
But
Yeah.
okay, but you had a strong position. That was the important.
It was very interesting
Mm.
game.
Okay.
No, I still liked the game. It was very nice game, and he played very well. I mean, it was a really extremely interesting struggle.
Yeah.
And it just reinforces what you said, that they were so young and so strong,
Yeah.
and we were so impressed by them. Okay, Queen B3 was played. I think we came to
Mhm.
that conclusion, and now Black is thinking. And I think, as you said, I guess we have to. Do we have to take it? We don't have to, but
Can you take immediately on h3?
even more tactical wizardry. So let's say we take it. What happens if in this position? Yeah, it's not easy.
It could be like it could force the draw maybe.
But I don't think the Chinese Grandmaster is going for a draw here.
No, but I just say it.
But the question is, the threat is to take on e5,
Mhm.
and it's a mate. So,
Mhm.
but we have knight e2, and after bishop e5, we can actually play bishop. Can we play bishop f4?
Then queen g4 check.
But queen g3,
And take on e2
take on e5.
and queen. Oh. Okay, maybe.
So
Mhm.
we could perhaps go this way.
Mhm.
This and this, because we activate the bishop, the queen here. So after check, we have this, and we save our neck. Or do we?
Rook d3.
We have to play. Well, we could play queen back,
Mhm.
and after check, we have to play this. It's not clear. Maybe f5 or something. But we have queen g2. Very complicated.
Yes.
So
We need a Chinese player for this position. Huh?
yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, I'm sure he's looking at it.
of course.
It's an it's an obvious try here.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's very, very tactical.
But even in this position, maybe knight
95.
knight e5 is also an option.
Mhm.
I don't know. Can you play queen g4 now? Is that something?
Like that.
Knight f4.
Yeah, then
Mm.
there's knight f4, correct.
Mm.
So yeah, so probably this is not. I think
Mm.
bishop h, and I don't think he wants to go for a draw. I mean, it looks like a try for a draw for me.
Me too.
Oh, he took on e5, which looks like the obvious move to me. I mean, of course you should.
Obvious
Yeah, but activate the bishops.
Yes.
A
Okay.
pawn is not.
Because there is also this possibility of if you take on b6, like it could be rook b2, the rook d2. I mean,
Yeah, I like that.
and after that you can still threaten to play.
Well, I mean, couldn't you even play rook to
And
d3?
my idea was here.
What happens if you play? Let's say you go here. Is that a move? Maybe now rook d1.
Rook e1. Maybe. Rook f e1 could be.
Yeah. No, but you can take on c3.
Yeah, but that can hardly be the idea. No, I was more into rook d2 because then you threaten to take on b2.
You mean after knight d5 you can take?
Actually,
yeah.
another idea, maybe a better move is actually rook b8.
Yeah.
Because then you put pressure on that one. So then you can sacrifice after that maybe. So this and a4, then you can take on h3. Because now if you go for rook knight to d5, you can take it and take on b6 maybe.
But then both bishops are hanging.
Yes.
I can take on e5 then with the queen, and I have queen g3 afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe.
So, let's look at this, because this is so complex. But we were talking about this knight
Okay,
here.
queen e6 in this position.
Nice move.
But then you can take on h3. How is this position? And if you take on d5, then a5 and take on b2, and you're a pawn up with black, huh? Must be good.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
Do you want to take with the queen on d5?
Yeah.
And after a5 you just
Take.
take this. Yeah, this must be good. Yeah, I agree with you. And White's king side is not very strong now. So yeah, he played rook AC1 in this position. He didn't take the pawn. I can understand that. It looks very dangerous.
Yeah, it was absolutely
going
correct.
into this pin. So rook AC1. And now knight D5, of course, is
But now rook D3 is also possible, no?
yes.
But on the other hand, knight T5 again, queen E6 is dangerous.
Very complex. I think we will jump to the next one.
Yes, we are. These two interesting positions.
Yeah,
all the time.
too much happening. So this is.
Slightly better for white.
So let's see where we were. We were in this position.
And we
And
said C4.
he played C4,
yes,
yeah.
of course.
Knight E6, Queen E2, exchange, Queen E7. So not so much has happened. So now it's a question of how do you evaluate this position?
Slightly better for white because white will play A4, A5, and most likely, not most likely, but there is good chances to win the A pawn.
But I would say that it's a mixed bag a bit because, okay, white has a very nice bishop and it's anchored on D4, but black has the pawn majority on the queen side.
Yeah, but what do you play after A4 and
No,
A5?
yeah, I'm just in the generalities.
Okay.
Is that
Okay.
black has a pawn majority, and if you get an ending with 4 against 3, it's very difficult to win with the bishop.
Yes.
So
No,
if you take away the pawns on the queen side and you take away the heavy pieces, it's a draw.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what it will happen here most likely is that it will be a very long game where maybe it is a draw.
Yeah.
But I guess that white will try to just to continue to play and have a slight advantage for a long time.
Yeah.
That's my guess because
But-
white is slightly better in this
But
position.
I think if you have a knight and 4 pawns against a bishop and 3 pawns, you have good winning chances. So we can see that there is an ending with 4 against 3 coming up.
Yep.
Where black, if it's a rook ending, it's a draw, and if he has knight against bishop, it should also be a draw for black. Okay, let's jump to the next game because we cannot really analyze this position. We can just see that white is slightly better.
This you can tell me about this position
This is
because
tricky.
this is a crazy position.
Yeah, everything is happening here. So maybe we should just reconnect.
Yeah, this was really strange.
We had bishop takes a2,
Mm-hmm.
and your suggestion of queen a1 was not played.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop e2 was played.
Mm-hmm.
Knight e4.
Why? How is this possible? How can you allow that?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised.
I even thought about take on e5, and then go for rook. Okay, maybe that isn't working.
Well, maybe queen a1, queen takes c2. We didn't look at that so
Yes.
much.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. Can you play take on e5 and queen b1? No, but
Yeah.
okay, it's not much. Okay, I agree. Okay, let's take a
Let's
look.
just see what happens.
Yes.
So bishop e2, knight takes e4,
Mm-hmm.
f4. Very
Okay.
aggressive play here. Knight
Mhm.
c6, bishop b5.
Okay,
He has ideas.
that's good.
Queen d3, and knight takes d4. Here we have it.
Okay, so if you take on e8,
Then
do you play knight c5 then?
maybe take on c3 with the knight. There's you have this check on e2. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't understand. Take here,
Well, you could take here maybe.
yes, and go back with the bishop to d7 or something, and you're up an exchange. Huh?
Maybe check.
King h1.
Can we take here? Well, it's an exchange for 3 pawns.
Okay, but
But I mean, it's
yeah, how is this position?
not so clear.
No.
I mean, the bishop on d7 is not the best bishop.
f5. Open up.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No,
it's
it's extremely complex.
this is very strange position. Okay.
We go to the next game.
No.
Yeah, but we
But
cannot.
Tom,
Yeah,
you cannot just say like that and then. Oh my God. Okay,
No,
you must understand a little bit more. This is frustrating if you don't understand anything about the position. So if you can you do, will you so if you
No,
take
but
on it,
why
take
of
on-
course take one of the knights? I think it's obvious.
okay,
But the
take
question
on
is
d4, take d4. What is happening then?
maybe take here. Well, sorry, here.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe you can go for some. I don't know if you take then the knight falls,
Exactly.
right? And that's not good. So probably in this position you need to do something better.
Rook b8. No, then you take on e4,
But there is
and then d5.
there is this.
No, no.
move.
What is that? C. Okay. That's an interesting move. Okay, and take on a7, rook c3. Or
Yeah, something like this. And if white moves the queen now, then we can activate the other rook and maybe
it's check also on d4 is very dangerous
yeah also.
because the bishop is hanging, so you
So,
cannot move the queen
yeah.
really.
So let's go back to the original position.
Okay.
So it's not so easy here. I mean, if let's say you take,
With the queen,
if you take this one, then we can just take here. I mean, this could be.
so take on d4 with the queen is also
This
interesting.
This is much better for black.
If you take on d4 with the
Also,
queen,
my impression is that black is better here. That's my my instinctive
Mhm.
first reaction, because I don't believe this.
okay, let's take on d4 with the queen.
Okay. Now we can just take here because you have a check on e2, so there's no problems.
No problems.
Nema problema, as they say.
Nema problema. Okay.
Serbia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can take on a7. No, then you take on b5.
Yes.
No, this is
I
good.
agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next game.
So it's white.
Okay, so here we have. we are.
Next game.
I'm fighting to get the coffee break.
It's okay. Okay.
And you are stopping me.
I'm stopping me all the time.
Yeah.
Has been wanted to go to the loo for the last
Yeah,
20
right,
minutes, and
right.
I'm just stopping you. Okay.
Okay, so let's look at this one.
Yes.
Okay, so we had the exchange.
Mm-hmm.
Rook ac1,
Yes.
rook ac8,
Yep.
a3, b5. Oh,
Yep.
we didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, but that is, I think in one way it's logical,
Yeah.
because if there is any color you want to put your pawns on, it's the white one, because it's opposite to your bishop, and this puts a little bit pressure on white.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
okay.
I like the move
Mm.
because I think one of the weaknesses
Mhm.
sort of here is that black doesn't really have a plan. I mean, the
Mm.
queen on a6. And with b5, it suddenly makes more
But I'm a
sense.
little bit more surprised by white's move now.
Yeah.
Because I think queen c2 was the move I was thinking of, like
Mhm.
as a normal one. But maybe
Yeah.
he was afraid to b takes c4, d takes c4, and e5 or something like that. Just to start to.
Yeah, it's
Could
true.
be.
Yeah. Suddenly black has a center, and it's not so easy.
Mm.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, so
Bishop
felt at c5.
So he played c5.
but now the problem is that the pair of bishops will not be so dominant when you have you're closing the position.
Mm-hmm.
So and all the black pawns are on the white square, so that's good. And black can think about pushing with e5 and so on.
Knight f3.
Is this the position?
This is the position.
So now the question is if e5 is a good move or not. I think e5 looks perfectly normal to me for black. And then to play rook ce8 and
Mhm.
queen to c8 or something like that. And I think black has got quite a good game. Isn't it now? Hasn't it turned the table a little bit?
Yeah, white's bishop on e3 should have moved at some point maybe and tried to go for e4.
Exactly.
And in this position he played knight f3, but he has the problem. It's not a good position of the minor pieces here. That's the problem. So maybe
think
black
actually-
is better.
But I think black has a little bit turned the
And
table.
that is a little bit interesting because white is the
Higher rated.
higher rated. He has a higher rating rank. I mean, he's an IM, and
Mhm.
the Indian guy is a FIDE master, but
Mhm.
the FIDE master seems to be having the upper hand here. Maybe,
Mhm.
maybe.
Mhm.
But I mean, it's a very long struggle ahead here, and this pawn on c5 could prove to be quite good at some point
Mhm.
in the
Mhm.
future. Maybe you push b4 and then maybe a4, and you can
Mhm.
get the pressure on the a file. So
Mhm.
there are many ways here. So can we go to the next game now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
We are closer to your coffee, okay?
Okay. So here we have this game. Very interesting.
Yes.
I mean, I think it's interesting with this knight
Yeah.
on b1.
Yes, and also now he plays your idea. So I think he's trying to force black to go for take on b2
Yeah.
with knight e4. You maybe he's even playing knight e4, you know,
Yeah.
just to force him to do something. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he wants black to somehow lose the grip on this c3 so he can finally move the knight from b1.
Mm.
So interesting dynamic here. You don't see that so often.
Mm.
So what do you think about the position in general? Would you prefer white, or do you prefer to play black?
Actually, I think I prefer white, but I think it's it should be quite equal. I still believe.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm. Okay.
Okay, so then we go to Edwin again.
Yes, and now what has happened?
So we had knight g4.
Look at this.
So he took,
That was a surprise.
and now counter
Attack. Okay, and what about queen h6? What do you do then?
Yeah, let's do it.
Take on d7.
Sorry, what?
Can you take on d7 then?
d7.
You mean g7?
Oh, sorry, g7 of course.
Then queen take.
And then take on c6 and d5, yes.
No, but that must be black. Must be
Black
no,
is
it's
probably better. You get 3 pawns, but it's not quite enough, I think.
no. I think that the piece must be better. But I believe. I believe so. h3.
h3 is of course possible, yes.
Take on b5. Take on g4. Bishop take. No, you cannot take on. You cannot take on with the bishop.
No, I think
Take-
h3
can you
should be.
Can you take on f2?
Yeah, you could. I guess we take it.
Take on b5.
Take on b5. Take a pawn.
Mm-hmm. Bishop e6. Maybe if you go for, or should you play rook b8? I don't know. To cover up the pawn.
Well, black should be slightly better here, I think. You cannot
It's
take
hanging on e3 as well.
Yeah. So now you would have to play maybe queen g5 or something. And then we enter some ending. And black has a slightly better pawn formation. E3
Yeah,
is
but
weak.
that black must be better in that
Black is
position.
better, yeah. So probably, yeah. So.
But maybe it's okay. Let's take a look at this variation that we had from the audience, and that was to play queen h6 and take on g7. Take.
You could also take on b5 here, but then.
Yeah, what is that position like?
But then white has. Well, yeah, it's not clear.
Because then you have the pair. You have the pair of bishops.
Yeah. But now white has a pawn, a fairly sound position, and a pawn for the exchange, or a pawn and a rook for
and
the bishops.
some weakness, but still it's not so easy for the rooks to.
Black is slightly better here.
I think so too, and then put the bishop on.
But white's position is so solid that I think it's not easy to.
But let's say the other, if you. Let's go for the other. If you go for 3 pawns instead, what is that like?
Yes.
This, take on d here, b8, take on d5. Maybe knight f6.
Maybe put the bishop
Mhm.
here.
I just thought that you could
Maybe.
have bishop on b, exactly. The long diagonal. Okay. Still, there is no doubt this is slightly better for black.
Slight advantage for white.
For
No,
white,
black. I
for
mean,
black,
for,
yeah.
for black. I mean,
Mhm.
sorry, but it's playable.
It's playable.
But
yes.
it's not something you go for voluntarily. I think
No.
you try to avoid it
Yeah.
if it's possible. So after this,
So he's thinking now, Edwin. Is there any alternatives?
yeah, I guess there should be other moves. Let's say he plays f6, keeping all the threats. What happens? With the idea of taking on h2 or b5. What do you do?
Can you take on c6 then? You play with c1?
Maybe.
And then go back. Aha, okay, see your plan. Here. Queen to somewhere. And then take on, is it take on c7 you want to do?
Yeah.
Here, but here you can also move your bishop to a6, for example.
But now g4 is hanging.
Ah, g4 is hanging, okay.
Maybe we can take here. And
Let's do something else then. Bishop to... Okay, take the rook, you take...
But now we don't have any threats anymore.
No, this looks okay, huh? But I guess this is the type of line that Edwin is
Well,
calculating.
let's say we take here. Let's just see the
Mhm.
whole thing.
Bishop bishop e6 is not possible. I see.
You
Mhm.
don't want to play king h8 because you want to play bishop b7.
Okay, queen to... okay. You don't want to play queen f7 either, huh?
Maybe we can play queen f7. Take. Now we can play this move.
Mm-hmm.
But white has 2 pawns, but this is probably slightly better for black, right?
It could also be...
Slightly worse.
This is okay for white, I think.
Maybe there's an alternative here. We go here.
Mhm. I thought about this,
And this.
but I don't think it's enough if you
Somewhere
play queen
here.
d4
Yeah.
exactly.
Now
I mean, you are 2 pawns down if you take on a2,
take here and go back. And then you take on a2.
but you are queen f4.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's good.
Okay, you
Just-
just suggest the bad lines to show the audience.
Maybe queen e4 here is best, threatening the rook.
Yeah, take on f.
Take on e5.
This is not good.
No, this is not good at all.
Is it time for a break?
But he played f6.
Okay. You
So-
want a break?
No, we have to see we have to see Vidar's game.
Yes, we have to. Yes, of course. That's good. That's
How
good.
can you suggest
How
something?
can
How stupid can-
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
something interesting happened in this game. I can tell you
Yes.
because White played rook e1.
Yes.
There was castling, and now
He took.
He
Yes.
took.
Yeah, this is. We said that this one might actually
and now
be
queen
possible.
f3. You didn't mention that move. I
No.
think you mentioned taking
Or
on
G,
f5.
G4 or take
Yeah.
on F.
But,
take on
but
F5.
he doesn't.
Okay.
He didn't go for that.
Mhm.
But in this position, he played g4
Yeah.
and queen g3. Huh? So you could say that he actually went for something similar to what we said.
Mhm.
But I don't see the big attack here actually, because there will be. Black has excellent defense.
Yeah, but G5. But G5 is threat. Isn't that a dangerous threat?
Yeah, but there you could play something like rook g8 or something, and you have g6 and things. I mean, White's king is also quite open here. and you have knight f5 and so on. I don't know, but let's say black plays something like this.
Okay, king h. Maybe king h. Which play slowly, you know, just to prepare like this.
Mhm.
Yes. Will you play like knight c6?
Yeah, that's a possibility. I was thinking if you could do something like g6 at some point. Maybe you can
Mhm.
take a. I mean, it's a very tricky position here. I mean, who is
Mhm.
attacking who? That's my problem.
If you play queen h4
Maybe you could go here
or queen
something.
f4. Queen f4 is a strong move.
Yeah, maybe that's good. And then you have a check, but well, I don't know if you take.
I
Then you check and you take.
take on h6.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
point.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that was not.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Now g6 is probably not good. So yeah, interesting. White is not worse here for sure.
No, white is slightly better. But
The question
okay,
is,
I believe in knight c6 or something like that. But
yeah, let's see. Let's say you go here.
and then should you play g5 now? And take.
Now we take maybe here,
Take back.
and we probably have to take.
Mm-hmm.
I
And then
guess
bishop take.
takes.
And then idea is h6. And just go for the attack.
Mm-hmm.
Can you play f6 here?
Maybe.
And then maybe bishop f4. Like this.
Interesting.
So
Okay,
it's
we will take a break now, and we will be back in like maybe 10 minutes.
10 minutes. That's
Okay,
perfect.
thank you. Okay, we're back after a small break here, coffee break, and things have happened in the game, so we just jump right back in. We go to board number 1.
Yes.
Major happenings here. So we have to go back, and we had bishop takes. Rook AC1 was the last move we saw, and now this bishop sacrifice that we discussed earlier happened.
Because now it's maybe it's a better position for this sacrifice, because you actually, after 95 or these kind of moves that we were looking at, you have queen g4.
Yeah, so this move that was very, very efficient in some lines earlier is not maybe so efficient here. In one line we had knight f4, we don't have that.
So rook ac1 might not be the correct, but we'll see what's happening, because now it looks...
Yeah, he didn't play, of course he didn't play the
knight
the knight to d5. So we go back here.
He took on h3, okay.
Yes, he took on h3 and queen takes. And
now you have a clear threat as well, huh?
Yeah, you threaten mate in 1.
Yep.
Mate on h2 here. So rook d1, and then there was a little bit back and and then there.
Yes.
And then black got the third pawn for the piece.
This is now there is no doubt that black is in the driver's seat. You can always have a draw, but I think they must be winning for black somehow.
Well, the idea, of course, could be to play rook to a5 at some point. If you get the rook here and maybe over here, this should be winning. So I'm thinking, if you take here, there
knight take maybe.
No, but then it's c1.
Oh, rook was it? Okay, so take.
So maybe this.
Yeah.
You could take with the rook, but then
rook a5 then.
But maybe you have knight here.
Knight d5, check on f. No, you cannot make a check. Okay.
And white
survives.
Yes, white survives. So it's not quite that easy. But you would like to at some point get this. It's difficult to do anything with the rook on the d5 because white will always take it wherever it goes. But of course, black could slow play this. You don't have to win with a mate.
Maybe you should just play e6 or something like that.
Yeah.
Just to take away the square, you know.
E6 and then you play h5 and h4 and you can play very slowly here. This must be good for black, I think.
It is good for black.
Yeah.
I mean, because if you move the knight, you can even swap off queens, and you have 4. You know, and then he's got a double pawns, and you have 4 pawns.
4 connected.
Yeah, this is. I think this is winning for black.
It's winning, but okay, it's still a game.
Yeah.
But I think rook ac1 was not the best move.
No, cannot be.
Okay, he goes for a little bit of checking. Why not?
Yes.
Check around a bit and see what happens.
No, it could also be that there is some clever way of.
Yeah, maybe there is some way to activate.
Yeah, maybe because if he makes like king to g1, you can play rook d4 maybe.
Maybe.
And then if you take, and then you can give a check, you know.
Right.
So there might be this kind of smart way of.
And then you get rook a5, something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's tricky, very tricky position, and probably completely lost.
And if you cannot do that, you know.
Yeah, but you can still slow play it.
No, but what should white do?
What, king g2 maybe?
King, then rook d2.
Rook d2.
So here maybe it's just.
Maybe it's over.
So king e2.
But king e2.
Yeah, but it just looks dangerous.
Well, but the position is dangerous.
Yeah, the position is dangerous.
Yeah, no, he
maybe
he allowed this bishop sacrifice. That was not a very good idea.
No.
But on the positive side for white is that he has more time.
Yes, that's the only thing
I would
say.
Yeah, but Shu, the Chinese grandmaster, he has 24 minutes left, and they have already made 29 moves. So there is no time pressure coming here. He only needs to make another 11 moves, and he can just do some checks. So there is no problem for him.
Okay, let's see the Chinese encounter.
Then we get to the next game.
Yes, and we are heading towards.
We're heading somewhere.
Towards what we said.
So let's see. Let's reconnect. Queen e7 was the last move we saw.
And I said
Queen b2.
Okay.
Rook c6 and a4. As you said. The only thing white can do is to exchange his pawn and get the isolated pawn on the queen side, right? H6, A5, take, and A6. So here we are.
Then rook FA1 will come, and it will be difficult to defend in the end, I think.
I believe we're going to get the 4 against 3.
Yeah.
And then the question is, which pieces do we have? For white, the more pieces, the better, I think, in general.
If you cannot swap off everything, of course, then it's a
yeah,
winning.
of course, 4 against 3 with only kings is a win.
Is a win.
Yeah.
But of course, yeah.
But I don't know about this. What happens if you play rook A8, just protect the pawn?
Then, of course, what white can do also is to start to do something on the king side, like H3, even G4 sometimes.
Yeah, he can do that, but then he also opens for a counter.
Yeah. But I just say that it could be if black is just defending, put the queen on, maybe rook A8, then queen E2, something like that.
There is this old strategy to have 2 weaknesses.
Yes.
Not only attack one weakness. Black has a big weakness on A6, and if white could create one more. You could say that maybe the knight on F6 is a little bit of a weakness, but it's not so weak.
But also that's why I said that H3, G4 with a G5, and then rook take G5.
Yes.
It might be actually that it could be dangerous. This idea.
Sure. I'm not disputing that.
No.
I'm just saying that it also creates something for black. It is a little bit like the Eric game when he played H4 yesterday, and suddenly, he was better. H4 was actually a good move according to the computer. I checked it afterwards, but it also opened for this counter attack that at one point was actually completely drawn. He made a mistake there but you don't want to play H3 G4.
No.
With 2 rooks and knight and queen and everything. He played rook A8. We'll see what happens. I think we should go to the next one.
Yes.
And we'll see what happens here. Very interesting game. Very principled thing. If white wins this, it will be a textbook example somehow. Okay, so let's go. Another Chinese grandmaster here. Things have happened.
Pawn more for black.
So we have to go back to this very tense moment that we were checking before.
Yes.
And he took on D4. And I think we saw this.
Yes.
And bishop D3, yes.
And simply pawn more. Huh?
Yeah, it's 2 pawns at this point.
Is it 2? Yeah, my God.
It's 2 pawns.
So A5.
But there is some problem, right? Because he played queen A5 now. I don't know.
Why not A5?
Is he afraid that white could go F5 or something?
Or rook B3?
Maybe that. Maybe something. Yeah,
rook B3 is quite dangerous.
Yes, because there's a risk of rook A1 if the knight goes. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the trick.
So he's happy. He says, "I'm fine.
One pawn is enough.
I'm fine with 1 pawn. I don't need 2."
Okay. Yeah.
Some chances for white.
Was E5 the correct move?
Yeah, that's a good question. But what could you play instead?
No, it's just such a commitment to play this move.
Yeah.
But okay, E4 can come as well, so maybe it's a good move.
Yeah.
E4 is
so
actually.
This is the position, and
E4 D5 might be strong.
E4 looks like a good move.
Yeah, I think that's good actually.
So we're thinking about this move, and the bishop has to go.
F1 maybe.
Most likely go down here.
And then D5.
And then D5. This knight on C3 is terrible.
It's a really good one. And then you play like rook E7.
Yeah.
And
And slowly you untangle and.
Yeah, this could be.
Yeah, it should be winning.
Yeah.
So
also because the only weakness you have in a way is the pawn on D5. But it's then with the knight on C3 covering up D1, and the bishop has got No, this is...
Well, I think a bigger weakness might be the 7th rank. I mean, if let's say White is very quick here and he managed to play these 2 moves,
Then you have something, yes.
then suddenly...
But that's why I say that rook e7 will come, you know.
Yeah. So, okay. Shall we take the next one?
Should you play rook a1 instead after e4?
No, but you have rook f5. So you cannot do that because you can protect. What
That's right.
so after this, now you could play here.
Because
A1.
rook e7, you can play rook a8 check. Huh?
Yeah. So maybe now we have actually
So maybe you should...
misplayed it. Well,
Yeah.
but you could move the king and play rook f8. But maybe this is a little bit. Maybe we have made a slight mistake here.
So let's go. What was the last? So maybe not...
So bishop d5 is not forced.
No.
Could we play something? Yeah, maybe it's not so easy actually. This rook a1 and rook a7 is actually not such a bad idea. Interesting.
Should you...
Yeah, there is some counterplay with this rook on d7. That is White's hope.
It should be that there is like a good way to do this, but
you could go for something rook e6, rook f6, and d5, but it's a little bit contorted. It's a little bit strange.
yes, it stands a little bit strange on.
Yeah,
But maybe you have to do it. Yeah.
Maybe something like that. Okay, let's go to the next one and just see where we are, so we can update. Yeah. So let's see. We had the b5 move coming and c5.
b5 maybe was a very, very strong move actually.
Yeah, and e5 we said was good. And now White came with this knight g5.
Okay.
And I was about to say this before, but when Black has this type of pawn formation, it's often very good to post the knight on g5, and then you try to get the queen to h4, but then you have a constant attacking threat here. This is very annoying to play for Black, because he can never move the knight, and he cannot attack the knight on g5 and not the queen on h4 if White gets that.
So he played bishop d8 now.
Yeah, he played bishop d8 and queen a2, bishop d2, bishop e7, b4. Yeah, we mentioned this idea with b4. I think it's a good plan. Safeguard the pawn on c5, and at some point you break with a4, maybe get the a5, something like that.
Okay, so play knight to h7.
Yeah, probably you should get rid of this knight. So maybe this move.
But I don't understand why not. For me, the normal moves would be to have the bishop on c7, play rook to e8 and knight h7 like this, But
he has time. I mean, he can regroup.
But I just thought it was a strange maneuver this to go with the bishop to e7.
Yeah.
Because I think it was quite good at c7.
Yeah.
For me, that
what they say? Water under the bridges. It means that we cannot do and we cannot reverse it.
Okay.
This is where we are,
Thank you for your fantastic quotes, Tom. I agree.
And now he played a5. So
Okay.
he had an idea. Look.
Oh, he had an idea. Maybe he wants to close with a4.
Yeah. It's a dynamic fight. It's anything can happen here. The game is, it's very undecided, I would say.
I would say that black is better.
Yeah, but how does the winning plan look?
Okay.
This is quite smart because maybe he can,
Okay, f4 can come. That's again, it was strange with the bishop on to e7.
Yeah.
Take on a if you take on b4, will you take on d5 then? Can you take on d5 now?
Probably you can.
Can that be strong?
Yeah, I would.
What is happening now?
I would consider.
I would be
this
a little
move.
bit afraid of this move, but what is happening here?
Because if you take back, you could just take on b4. Maybe.
Exactly. Exactly.
And
You could take with a knight on d5.
yeah, you could do that.
Do you want to? Will you play bishop take d5 then? I think you'd play bishop take. Because my idea was that if you take back with b4, maybe you can play knight take b4. If you don't take the bishop knight, you have like a take b4 in this position. You can play knight take b4. Huh?
You mean before?
No, in this position. If white plays a take b4.
Yeah. Because the knight is hanging.
Exactly.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So white has to be a bit.
So bishop take
So
d5.
this bishop is a little bit overloaded.
So
here.
bishop take d5.
Yeah.
Like this. Take back and then take on b4. A take b4.
Could take with the bishop. No, you can't take with.
How is this position?
Yeah. To me, it looks like this must be good for white, because you have a pass pawn protected pass pawn on c5. That's good.
I don't know. Also, you could put your knight on c6 maybe.
It's true, but you still
is
have the
this?
problem with the pass pawn.
Maybe you can even, but you know, you can take on g5 maybe with the bishop and then place rook a8 and knight to c6.
It's
and
possible. Yeah.
and then you have a rook on a4.
Well,
So this might.
but you have this d5 problem, and at some point maybe f4 and so on. It's complex, but I agree with you. This is
It's
this
not
is
clear.
interesting. No,
It's not clear. It's not
No,
clear
no,
that
it's not
white is better in this position.
No,
I
it's
think.
not clear.
Okay, interesting position. So it
So
will be a hard fight.
In the game, let's have a look. Where are we now? Let's see here. Knight g5, bishop d8. 5.
You took back. Okay.
This is the position,
Mm-hmm.
and it's black. So if you play, let's say you play d4, just as a experiment,
I don't like this.
then suddenly f4 looks quite attractive, right? And you have this pressure on the f7.
You also have h4 and bishop h3. Maybe.
Also this move and bishop here, or maybe f4. So f4, f5 perhaps.
No, so you don't want to play that move. Huh?
No. So, but he played d4. This is the position.
Okay. But that's just, you know, now white is better for sure. This must be better for white. Okay, of course, maybe f4 you can play knight h5. That could be a possibility.
Yeah. I'm not saying you should do it immediately. It's more like general ideas here.
But king h2, you can hardly take on g5, because then, or maybe you can, but this is.
Yeah, this must be better for white.
Yes. Also rook a1, because you cannot leave.
f7.
That's right. Now black has done something. This was a strange
But
move.
black has lost all his dynamics.
Yeah.
And he has given white
This was not
yeah,
good. Not good.
very concrete play here for white.
Okay.
Okay,
Strange.
so we go to the Norwegian player here. And let's see what happens. So, yes, lots of things have happened here. So we played queen e7, and we had knight fd2. And now black played h5.
Yep, that's in a way logical.
g3, and he took.
Mm-hmm.
And he played knight back, knight c4, rook d8,
Mm-hmm.
rook ed1, bishop f3. Interesting. Bishop e2, bishop a8.
Mm-hmm.
So black has prevented white from activating b1, because as soon as the knight goes out, maybe black can jump in.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little bit of a problem, right? So you don't want to you don't want
But on
to
the
see
other hand,
this.
so knight d2, knight d5, knight e4,
Yeah, but then maybe f5.
then knight d6 maybe.
Yeah, maybe this.
And it's hanging on. It's actually hanging on. As soon as you
So-
it's hanging on h5. So if you play knight to d2 now, you
Yeah,
cannot play knight
let's-
d5.
No, maybe not immediately, but at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yeah. Do you want to play h4 at some point?
Yes, that's a logical move.
Just to put some pressure?
Mm-hmm. Actually, I start to like black's position a little bit, but it should be okay for white. The question is, would you like to play a5 with white? Is there any point with that? No, I don't think so.
In the end, it could be a weakness.
Mm.
You haven't created much.
No, that's right. But how should white continue here? In one, in one way you want to play d4 at the moment, but as soon as you do that, it's also more dangerous on the long diagonal down to h1. So
Yeah. I don't think black has a big attack at this moment, but it could come.
mm,
And I mean, black has ideas like playing something like here and put the king on g7, and suddenly the rook
then you
comes.
also will be on the same diagonal as the
Yeah,
queen.
but what I'm thinking is maybe it's not so dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
You also have e5 at some point, and you could play here and maybe come with the queen, and the queen comes here. So there are attacking moves here for black.
Mm.
And what is white doing? Where is white's play here?
g4.
Yeah, but it doesn't look very nice.
No,
But maybe.
maybe.
Okay, so let's
Yeah.
jump to Edwin.
Yes, come on, Edwin.
Okay, so this was very interesting position here.
Oh, look at this.
So we had this,
Yes.
and
And
Edwin,
he played f6.
he went for the f6 idea, and
then this came.
and then we
This
had
was
this.
where we had this on the board,
we
yeah?
had this.
Oh, he has got queen c2. Okay. But okay, bishop d4.
It doesn't end the game.
Take on.
So the bishop has to move, I guess.
Okay, maybe it will be like bishop d4, queen take on f2 check, king goes in, knight take e3, and we'll have like this kind of ending, That's interesting. That will be black will be better in that position as well, Just mean that you could play knight take e3 in this position, but then maybe rook g. That's rook g1. It's dangerous, but maybe. Maybe this is good actually for. But okay. Queen to e2, and if it takes on a7, you take on g2. Yeah, that's right. This is the problem. No, this is dangerous. But maybe okay. Go back. If you don't take on e3, I think.
Can you take on g2 here? No, you cannot. The bishop takes the queen.
Go back.
Yeah, where do you want to go?
King h1.
Yeah,
King
this
h1. Okay. So
bishop
yes.
d4. This is
Mhm,
obvious, right?
mhm.
Bishop
Take.
a. There's no point with bishop a3.
No.
No, you just push the rook to a better square. So
Mm-hmm.
here, Maybe not take on e3.
No, that's right.
But the question is what to do.
Mm.
I'm not so sure this is bad for white. I'm not
No.
convinced about
No,
that.
I agree.
White is still a pawn up,
Mm.
and he
Sure.
has active pieces. The queen is active. The bishop is nicely placed. And black has this little problem with the rook on f8. Yeah, this is tricky.
Mm. Is Edwin thinking? He has got better time at least, you know.
Could you please read the name of the white player?
Okay. Bayar Yavklan Delgerdalai.
Yes, that's correct.
That was probably a perfect pronunciation.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's right.
Yeah, I just wanted it to be out there.
You just wanted a joke on my expense.
No,
I know
no,
you. I know you, Tom.
I wanted a little bit help with that one. I thought it looked a bit tricky, you know.
Yes, a little bit. That's right.
Okay, so maybe we should go to
But
Vidar.
let's see again. If
Yeah,
we
okay. Do you want to take the pawn?
No. If we go back after he plays bishop d4.
Okay, we go to queen c2.
He must. It must be. I mean, it must be bishop to d4. Huh?
Yeah, well,
No.
he could be tempted to try bishop a3, but I think that looks a bit silly. But you could play that, and after queen takes and knight takes, you play rook g1. What's the problem? You can do that. But maybe then there is some trick, somehow. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, take on f2. Check.
Yeah. Check here is the obvious.
Must be. Yeah.
King goes here.
Now, let's see.
No, this is not easy. They play so well, these guys. It's never
Okay,
easy. right?
maybe you should take on e3.
Mhm.
Take on e3, rook g1 and rook e8.
Okay. That doesn't look very impressive to me.
No, but now I just try to find the best moves.
So what if I take here?
Yes.
Just
now,
put maximum pressure?
yes. And bishop g4. I was trying to get out but probably you can just take on.
I take with e3. You have to take with the queen. If you take with the rook, you're mated. After bishop g4.
So this is. I still think that black can hold, but it's white who's got the chances here, you know, for sure.
Yeah, you could play like bishop g4 and take with the queen on e3 and exchange. Yes, you can do that. Maybe that's the best option because the bishop is a little bit stronger than the knight in that position. Yeah, that's possible.
Okay, but this is
But
not
you
what
have
he
rook
hoped
e1
for.
then. You have rook e1.
But
yeah.
this is not what he hoped for, you know.
No.
Anyway.
Okay. So right now it looks like Edwin is under some pressure here.
Yeah, maybe queen h6 was better move than f6. That
Yeah.
time will tell.
Yeah.
Or the computer will tell.
Yeah,
So,
we will get that.
But the question is, what is he thinking about here? What are the options for white?
Yeah,
For white.
this is why it must be bishop a3, but it's so strange because then you take, and then you take with the knight, and suddenly you have, you don't have the pressure on the e3. So, and rook e8 or rook e8. I think isn't it that better? Queen c6, is it that problem or?
Yeah, maybe something like this. Well, this is also possible. I mean, you can play like this, but
Bishop h3.
But yeah,
This is winning immediately, isn't it?
Yeah, this is not. No, bishop a3 is bad. No, I think.
So that's bishop d3 for me is so obvious. It's a bit strange that.
Bishop. Is there some other move here? Take with the knight on f2. Looks strange. Some rook move maybe.
a6. Is that brilliant?
Maybe. Very brilliant move. With the idea of taking on a2 at some point.
Can he play e4 maybe?
Yeah.
Yes. This is not good.
The bishop is very strong. It protects A1, it protects F2, so on. Yeah.
No, I don't understand why he's thinking here actually.
No, bishop d4 looks very obvious. Maybe we have missed some things. I don't know. We do
Is it
sometimes.
possible?
Very
Yeah.
difficult. It has happened once.
It has happened.
Okay,
Okay, maybe bishop d4.
I see. Now I see.
Take on f2. King
Now I
h1.
see Black's big chance here because this guy with the long name, he has only 5 minutes left.
Yes.
And they have 20 moves to make.
But okay, bishop
And
d4.
so
I have.
Edwin has 26
I
minutes.
have one idea. Bishop d4.
Okay,
Bishop d4. Take on f2 and then play a6. Is that possible?
sure. Yeah, this something like that probably has to be played. And now if I play rook c1, you take on e3, right?
Mm-hmm. Can you do that? No, you cannot. Then you simply take it and take on c8.
Ah, yes, there is no mate on the first rank. The knight. Yeah. So then this is very strong. Isn't it?
No. I can play. Maybe I can play.
You have a smothered mate here. You
Queen.
can take on a2 maybe. We get this classical smothered mate here. It's very nice.
You take with the queen.
But okay, go back.
Yeah, queen takes, of course. But just show the mates.
Mm-hmm. Yes, of
Because
course.
it is one of the ideas that's
Mhm.
in the position. You have to always think about that. So what did you say? A6, and then we took here.
I thought about. Yeah.
And now we can take with the queen, and that wins. Yes, queen takes c8.
Mhm.
So this doesn't work. So what do you want to do here after queen c1?
Rook c1.
I mean rook c1. What do you want to do?
What do you want to do?
What do you want to do?
H5. Quickly. So he doesn't see my threats.
Now you want to do.
It's only tricks.
Yeah. Well, it's maybe this is not a bad idea.
H3 maybe.
Yeah, at some point. But now, no, you cannot take here. Yeah, this is not good. Okay,
No.
I think we have to go back to the
Yes.
first. This looks good for white. We might have
But
missed
he has
something.
very little time.
Yeah,
So
maybe he has seen something that we haven't. Oh,
Yes.
rook c1. He has seen something.
what about take, and then play take on e3 with the queen.
You mean take here?
Take on f2, check, and then take queen take e3.
Yeah, threatening a smothered mate. But now we can't play. Why did he play rook c1?
What a mistake.
Because now you can also go back, with your queen, and
It's an incredible mistake. 2 question marks.
yeah, I believe so. I mean, even take. I mean, okay, that kind of endgame. It's not good, maybe. Take on
No, but
b2,
this
take
is
on-
this is very forced.
and bishop d4. Then
Queen
it's
takes
hanging on
queen
c1.
takes c1.
Oh my god. And okay, h3.
Yeah, h3 is the move.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have
check,
knight f2.
king h2.
Maybe he has calculated this. Yeah, maybe he has because of the queen f4. We actually can play this.
And then queen f5.
And now,
Because now you actually covers up on c8.
yeah, that's true.
So it's and you're threatening knight d3 and everything. Oh my god.
No, I think rook c1 is a mistake because bishop
Yes.
d4 was so strong.
It's very natural move.
very natural, and you want to protect e3, and you want to
I don't understand.
put the bishop on the
Mhm. That was really, really a surprise.
What about rook c2 instead of h3 in that position?
Take,
So let's see
yes,
here.
take. But then you can just go back with your queen and,
Go back
to cover up your bishop, and
But
you
we
will
can
have
play knight f2.
knight f2. Yeah, what's happening?
king g1 is that?
No, knight d3 check, and then take on b2. Can you do that?
But then maybe
no, then
c8.
maybe. Okay.
Well,
But
but yeah, maybe.
no, but this is not.
Rook g1.
Wait. Rook c2.
But I mean, it doesn't solve anything because we could go back. Okay, can't we go back?
Okay, let's play h5 in this position.
Yeah, you cannot take on c8 because
Exactly.
knight f2 is mate.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now it's time for bishop d4 maybe.
And if we go back and just protect everything,
Take a7.
maybe it works. Maybe it works.
No, but okay, but still we have.
Yeah.
Okay, knight f2. Okay, king g1.
Yeah, king g1.
No, now we just have
Because when you do this, you can go here, right?
Yeah, I wanted to play.
There's no mate on f2.
I'm more into knight to d3 and so on.
But there, bishop a6.
Bishop a3.
Must be.
But now we can go here.
And now I wanted to do h5, something like.
But we can go here, right?
Bishop g4.
No, queen is hanging. Or rook is hanging. What are you talking
What
about?
are your rook is hanging? Rook is not hanging.
If you play bishop g4, you said bishop.
No. No, queen f4 in that. It was my plan, but maybe you can just take. on
Then
c8.
c8 goes.
Maybe.
Okay, I think we will go back to the first. We
but
cannot.
but still, it's no doubt that this was a big mistake to go for you know. go
Well,
for
we
this with
shouldn't be.
white.
We shouldn't be so certain. We do
Yes.
make. We do make.
No, we
maybe,
don't.
maybe it is the best
It's
move.
perfect
Who
analyze
knows,
all
who
the
knows?
time, you know.
But I liked what we saw after bishop d4.
Yes, I agree.
And rook c1. It looks like he's complicating things unnecessarily.
Yes.
That is what I don't like. It might be good, but also with this little time, he plays this very tricky move, and he allows all these. I don't know. I don't like it. But let's go back and see what happened in the first game here. Oh, there's been an enormous amount of checks here. Nothing is happening.
No, but that's typical.
Yeah, he's
That's-
just going to move 40. Yes,
Mhm.
this is a well-known Chinese tactic.
Chinese tactic. I think it's
I'm joking.
every
You
grandmaster's
know, there
tactic.
was when the Chinese came strong some
Mhm.
years ago.
Mhm.
There was this talk about Chinese tactics. Do you remember that?
No.
Yes,
And
it
what
was.
that?
It was said that they had some special tactics that was sort of revolutionary.
Mhm.
Yes,
And what was the revolutionary?
I
with
don't
it?
know, but it was people always said Chinese tactics.
Yeah,
Chinese,
no, no.
because they were all playing tactical chess.
Yeah, it was also because I was analyzing with some of them, Wang Hao and these guys,
Mhm.
during this tournament.
Right.
And it was interesting because they always found small tactical solutions all the time. You know. So I guess this is the
Yeah,
type play.
that's why I say Chinese tactics,
Okay.
because it's just
But
alluding to this.
But to give a little bit of a checks like this is not much tactics. I
No,
think.
that's a joke. That's
okay.
a joke.
Okay.
That's a joke. Alluding to this saying about Chinese tactics. Okay, so anyway, we have a lot of checks, and I think the idea was just to make moves.
Finally.
And now he plays h5, and now he goes for the slow win.
But now we can take on b6. Then we will play rook b8, and there will be a check on that b2.
Yeah, then it collapses.
Mm-hmm.
This should be a win for black.
Mm-hmm.
So we should disregard these checks. It was just a way to get to board 40.
Of course.
Okay, so we go to board number 2, and we have this. We had rook a8. We had this position,
Mm-hmm.
and we got your move h3.
Fantastic.
Maybe g4. Well, who knows? And
Mhm.
now, interesting, this Chinese FIDE master Yang
Mm-hmm.
Xilong. He played knight e8.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes out of this diagonal and have any ideas of play on that.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop e5 was played.
Yes.
Rook c5.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d4. Rook c6. And now, surprising move rook b5.
Mm.
Answered by knight d6. So here we are now.
Now rook b6 maybe.
Yeah. But I still stand by my idea or belief that this should end in a draw. That's what I think.
It's actually hanging on g7 now.
Yeah, but on b5 also.
That's a problem. But,
That's the problem, yes.
but at
No, you cannot take it. But
Okay.
you could do
rook
something
b8
else.
also possible.
You could play here. Let's see. Check.
Mm.
You take it, I
Mhm.
guess. And there will be another check.
Mm.
Most likely the king goes up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this helped white so much.
No. It's most likely it's better to keep the rook. So should it be like rook d5? How do you protect the pawn on g7? Will you I'm not sure you want to play f. Do you want to play f6?
I don't want to play it, but maybe I have to.
Mm-hmm.
So you said maybe go here
Mm-hmm.
just to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you play f6, maybe I don't know if bishop c5 at some point could be an irritation. I don't know.
Maybe it was. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think f6 is that bad.
No.
But it's of course it's.
It's always a little bit annoying to
Yeah,
put your pawns on.
and it makes white think in terms of perhaps just playing for an attack here
Mhm.
and just maybe not focus on the a pawn,
Mm.
and that might be a bit irritating.
So it could also be e4, e5.
Maybe
To go for
yeah,
this
yeah.
plan, it could be a little bit annoying,
But he played rook b6.
Okay.
So let's say
Because if you take it, then will you lose a pawn then?
I'm not sure. Let's see.
Because if you move the knight to c4 or to c8, you have always queen c6,
Yeah.
and then you can take the pawn on a6.
Yeah.
Now you threatens to play bishop to c5. Huh?
Yeah.
So now I think you will lose the pawn now.
Yes. Most likely.
And then at least,
Yeah, then you play on. You always have chances. So the question is after rook b6, how do we continue?
because that's actually a threat on g7 as well.
This is true. You would ideally like to play queen c7, but then you can take and you take on g7, and probably
Exactly.
this is not so.
So maybe this is now. It will be, at least it will be a little bit critical for.
I think maybe he has to take.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too. Queen takes.
Most likely queen takes.
Mm-hmm.
And then the question is where to go.
What to do?
You could maybe go here,
Mm-hmm.
and let's say he takes,
But that's not good.
take. Well,
Because-
I'm not so sure. You have
Okay,
queen,
maybe
you have queen,
F1.
queen F1.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think you can play,
Queen F1,
you play this queen F1,
Check.
queen G2.
and then Queen D2, and Queen C4. No, Queen A1 you can play.
Yeah, but how do you advance?
No, yeah, okay, but at least you do not lose the. Oh, you know, it's not forced. At least you know.
No, it's true.
So then normally you play G3, H4, and then you start your.
I don't know, some move like this maybe.
Okay, G3, or maybe even H4 instead. I don't know. Okay, H4. This.
Yeah, white will play this. Maybe this is winning for white. I'm not sure.
And then you play, or maybe the last move should be instead of that. I think I would play Queen A8 check and put the queen on E4.
Yeah, also.
Then I have a good chance to win.
Yeah. Should be good winning chances.
Mhm. Okay,
So he played knight c4. So now, is it queen rook b8 now?
must be. So then this was maybe good. Yeah, he must take, otherwise it's check and take the rook. Here and here. And now. Then Queen E6. Queen F8. Finally F6. Yeah, let's go back. Just see if there was something else. So B8, take, King H7.
He played rook b8. Only move.
Maybe you should actually after King H7. Maybe you should give a check on B1. Just the question is if we'll go back.
Yeah, white is better, but
Yes, okay.
there are still some chances.
At
So-
least you don't lose the pawn by force, and that's
No.
important, of course.
So
Mm-hmm.
here we have this game. It has progressed quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see where we were here.
And what did you do after E5?
There was e5 here.
Yeah.
No, here.
Yes.
Rook d7.
And now.
And now he took.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this was a possibility. We didn't see that.
Then take on G3. Okay, so he will be a pawn up, but time for some technique, huh?
Yeah. Well, black has, of course, better game. But there is still some...
Some techniques to overcome.
Yeah.
But I guess if you play like King G7, F5, King F6, and go
Yeah,
back.
Once you get these pawns rolling, there
Mm.
is no doubt about
Mm.
the outcome in this game, I think.
Mm.
So, yeah, it should be a win.
Should be a win.
So let's go to the next one. This also has progressed a little bit. So we had b4 played, and there was
Mhm.
a5. We had this thing we criticized,
Mm-hmm.
the d4. But I think in this position you didn't really have much of an option, because white might threaten to take and play c6. And so anyway, he played here, rook a1, knight h5, h4, as you said.
Mm-hmm.
Rook a7, bishop h3, take, queen b2, knight f8, king g2, queen e7.
Okay, because now the knight on h5 is totally stranded.
Mm-hmm.
So I think normally when you have this type of position where one piece is stranded on one side, you normally try to play on the other side. So it's logical to take on a7. If he takes with the rooks, you probably play rook a1, and then will start to move in.
And what do you do after queen takes?
Yeah, that's the thing.
This seems to be the only...
G4 maybe.
Knight f4.
Take and take on d4.
Mm-hmm. Not
But
quite clear.
It's not because knight e. Yeah, that's true.
You get knight
true.
e6, and then you
Queen
have the
d5.
a5.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Still a game, right?
It's still a game.
So just
I didn't see that.
let's just look
But,
at that.
mhm.
If you take with the rook here,
The rook a1.
then rook a1 looks very strong because the bishop is so strong here now, and this pawn is weak. So this looks very nasty.
And if white gets the chance, probably you play rook a5. Huh?
So queen takes was the question, and now
Yeah, this was an idea. Yeah, I thought this was smart, but
a forcing line, but maybe not so clear
no.
because we have this knight e6 move,
And queen e5,
queen d6 also interesting, maybe.
and then rook d8.
I'm thinking about c6.
Okay.
but-
Okay. Queen d6 maybe. Oh yeah, maybe it's I don't know. Queen d6, rook queen b7 maybe, just to, and then
Yeah.
rook d8.
This is not clear. The knight is quite strong, and suddenly we have a very bad bishop.
Hmm?
I would not play this.
No,
with,
me neither.
with white.
I did. No, I didn't say that
it's
this
just,
was so
just too
too much.
too much.
So let's see. Instead,
maybe
f4 is also possible, of course, to,
F4 or
to go for something like this.
Even bishop g4 with the idea rook h1 and
Mhm.
something like that.
So it's a little bit this. It's doomed. This knight on h5.
But black can attack with queen a2 at some point.
Mhm.
It's unclear. It's unclear.
But white is better. That is for sure.
White is certainly better because
Mhm.
the knight on h5 is
Mhm.
it can never come out from if white does not allow it, it will not
Mhm.
get out.
Mhm.
Both the knights are sort of dominated here, right?
Mhm.
They cannot do anything.
Mm.
It's a nightmare.
But
yeah.
on the other hand,
That's
the,
true.
the bishops do not have any clear diagonals either. So
no,
it's not so clear how
so
to.
the fact that black has the a file is not unimportant here.
No,
It's quite an important.
if it was
thing.
reversed, it would be been an easy win.
Yeah,
for white.
then white wins.
Mm.
But since black has it, yeah, it's sort of not balanced but playable for black.
Mhm.
So should we go to the next one?
Yes.
This is this position that we really don't understand quite.
One of those. Okay.
So, no, we were here, I think. Bishop a8, bishop f1 came, bishop f3. Okay, they had a little back and throw here. So
Mhm.
white basically offered a draw here,
Yeah.
but black did not take it.
But it's less time. And how many moves they played?
They have played 25.
25.
So
So 15.
time pressure
Yeah.
for both. But we've had a sort of a tacit draw offer from white in this position, and I can understand that. But because how do you? It's not an easy position to play. It's very difficult.
Can you play knight e4 here?
With white? Yeah, okay.
Is that good?
That's another question.
Yes.
You can do it, but yeah, I don't.
There
know.
is also another possibility. Is to, you also have like go for d4 and it's hanging on a6.
Yeah. There are moves. But let's say we just move the queen away.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say we
To
play
c6 maybe.
maybe c6, maybe b6. I don't know. Do we want to stand on the c file? d4 coming? No, I want to go here.
Okay, my idea was to take on f6 and play e4 actually,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know.
Yeah, let's say we put it
Okay,
here.
no. Okay, now it's different. Depends on where the queen. This maybe the queen is good on. And now knight d2. How is this? Does it? No.
The problem now is this square. Black can double up
Yeah.
with and you get the knight here, but
No, or
you don't control the.
But
suddenly
no.
this is bad.
but sometimes this is a possibility to play like this.
Of course.
Also, because if you can go for d4 at the moment, it can be a way to continue to play, but most likely it's not so good. So what happened?
He played queen c2.
Queen c2. Okay.
I don't think we're going to see white play e4 in this game because the black squares will be so weak.
Mm. It's d4 in that sense.
Maybe d4, maybe that's what he's
Trying to find out.
fishing for here.
Fishing for.
Yeah, something like that, playing d4, get something going.
Mm.
So
Okay, but quite even game as it feels
Even
right now.
even game.
Mhm.
So we go to Edwin. What is happening here? So we had rook c1,
Mhm.
check, king h1, knight e3, knight g1. Oof.
Can you play knight c2?
Knight c2. What about queen c6?
Knight e1?
Tricky guy.
But I don't know if it's good. But
No one knows.
no one knows if this chess is.
King G8.
King g8, rook takes c8.
But he has achieved one thing. This guy with the long name.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
You don't want to
It's
say.
true. No, I don't want to say it. Trost has only 5 minutes left, so he is also in time pressure now.
Okay.
And he has 19 moves to make in 5 minutes in this position. That is a bit of a problem.
Yes.
But how is the position?
Yeah, this is what you're going to tell me now, Tom.
Something tells me that White might be winning this, maybe, because you could imagine a situation where White actually wins an ending here with a queenside majority. It's possible.
You say Queen f5, take on a7, and take on g2.
But you can take on b2, right?
Now,
Now, rook
but
takes
rook
c8.
c8.
And queen takes g2. Oh,
No,
sorry.
that's
no,
not
at all.
possible. No, there is a very strong threat here, and that is just to take the bishop like this. But we have to respect this.
We have to respect this one.
This is White's only threat in the position right now, but it's a strong one. So you need to find something here.
But actually, Queen f5, you can play Bishop d4.
Yeah, let's try a move here. Bishop d4.
Maybe Knight c2. Then take on a7, maybe.
But you had this knight. You had some
Yeah,
other
yeah,
idea. You have so many
yes.
ideas. Knight c2 here was an idea. You said. I was kind of intrigued by that.
Yes. And Queen c6, you play Bishop f5. And the pieces are out.
But he didn't play that.
But I like this
He
move.
played Queen f5. And what did you say? Bishop d4?
Bishop d4 was my idea, but
If we take on a7, is that completely stupid?
yes.
Okay.
No,
Thank you.
I don't know. No,
No, my idea was, you take this pawn
yes,
like this.
and I take
and
on
black-
g. No, my idea was to take on g2,
Okay.
Yes.
if this is possible.
I don't know. What happens if
And you must. I think you take it,
you give some
and then
nasty
a
check
check
somewhere?
on g4 was the idea.
Yeah. King f2 maybe?
King h4, queen 8, king 8, queen 8.
Probably you have a draw with
Maybe.
checks.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Then you play for a draw. But he didn't play that, so we can look at queen f3, which is the move. he
Queen
played.
f3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but now black will not lose at least,
No, now we go into some ending. That's what I said.
Yeah.
No, but I think White had better chances here before.
Yes.
But now I think the game will even out.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yes, me too.
because with opposite colored bishops,
Yeah.
White's king is still a little bit I mean, this could be good for black even. Maybe. I don't know.
Take and try to get the bishop to the long diagonal.
But white will play king g1, king f2, and
Yes.
things like this, and yeah, it should be okay. Interesting game. We'll see what happens. Let's go to Vidar and see if that game has developed, and it has. It has developed a lot. So let's see what happened. So there was queen g3. I think this was the last
Yes,
position we
yes.
saw.
Mhm.
Rook ac8
Mm-hmm.
and g5.
Yes.
Knight f5. Take, and rook g8. So he goes for the counterplay here.
Mm-hmm.
And now Vidar played h7.
Interesting.
But he has to do that, right? Or is there
No,
something
he
else?
can play king to h2. And then go for queen h4.
Yeah. That's a very cool move to do.
Yes,
And
I'm a cool guy, you know.
Yeah. And then maybe here. Or
No,
or here.
no reaction.
You
Queen
wanna
h4 was the move I wanted to do.
Yeah. And then you, but now maybe.
Yeah, change and take on h6.
Yeah, but how good is that?
I don't know.
It doesn't look so impressive. I could go here or something. Maybe check, take this.
f4 and
Yeah. Okay.
okay, it will be most likely a draw even. You know,
Yeah, it looks.
but okay,
kind of-
h7 is
yeah.
it's a cool way to continue the.
B3, rook c4.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it's an interesting game. Yes, because if it now takes on h5, I guess you play rook to h1, huh? And this is probably in your interest.
Yeah. We can try it.
Mm-hmm. Take
We have no skin in this game.
no, but maybe rook h3 check now.
Yeah. I guess take.
Mm-hmm. This is not so impressive, is it? I don't understand this from. Okay.
Well, he would probably make a draw here, but now he's a pawn down. So I mean, this is. I think he has misplayed it a bit. That's my feeling.
Rook g1.
Yeah. Well, it's still a game. I mean, this rook is bad, but maybe you can just move it back. Well, of course, a7 is hanging, so yeah, it's not clear.
But it's also as soon as you move your rook, you can play bishop b3.
Yeah, it's true.
So maybe it's as
Maybe it's still good. But now we took on h5. Why take on h5? I don't think you should. Is there a threat? Does white threaten anything?
yeah. My idea was
B3 maybe.
b3 and bishop b3 was the idea.
Yeah. I see it. Yeah.
But on the other hand, if you do that, it's hanging on c3.
Yeah. So, but what should we? He played there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But can we now do something? Let's say we go here. What's happening here? Is it rook g8, or should you take now? But then rook a.
Maybe.
Can we do this?
Okay.
But now white has the initiative. Right?
Yes, rook h1 even.
Just put this here.
No, he wants to play bishop e4.
Yeah.
And
then rook f5.
then it's checkmate. But queen f8 first, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean the idea of coming
Mhm.
to.
Mhm.
Not right now. We threaten to take here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So where do we go with this here?
And then queen f8. Who is tricking who?
That's what I'm thinking also. This is very dangerous.
No, it's black. Black is good.
So this is the position. Yeah, both kings are under pressure, but of
Time,
course
time to take on a7.
the one who first gets a check with the rook will win the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's my prediction. But right now, yeah. But okay, what did you say? Bishop takes?
No. It's. I don't think it's
Maybe
good.
now we
No.
can even do this.
No, but I think you can take.
And then you can go back, right?
Rook g8, and then take. Or take on h5 even. At some point.
Mm-hmm. And now you threaten mate.
And then
more
you
or
go,
less.
and then rook h3.
Oh, sorry.
That's not a good move.
No, it's not a good move.
This is better
Check.
because
Okay.
now the rook will come to g8,
Yeah, now this is wrong.
and then
No.
maybe rook g1.
He has
and king
already played
h2.
bishop e3.
Okay.
So this is where we are. This is where we are at now. Yeah, rook g8 as we thought. Now we're in this line. With queen f8 and bishop e4 in this thing.
Mm.
Well, my experience is when you have a position like this and you have very little time, you play on instinct a lot, right? You try to calculate it, but it's very difficult, this thing.
Mm.
Black has only 1 minute
Yes.
for
but
10 moves.
No, that's tough. But he's got a clear plan. Bishop to e4, queen to f8. Ah, he saw this maybe.
But now we can change maybe and
And then the rook is hanging.
take on h5. And you rook h1, maybe we can play bishop g6 or something.
Or rook h3 is better.
Or same, yeah, rook
Take on
h3.
h7
Mm-hmm.
or h5.
Yeah, you take on h5, yeah. Of course.
Sacrifice the queen.
Sacrifice the queen.
What?
Aha, you mean for mate. But it's not mate, king f1, king e2. But it took. But now black is better.
Mm.
Yeah, white has dropped the ball here.
But okay, what you can do is actually rook h1, check, and king to f4 maybe.
Yeah, but it's still not very good.
No,
King g6 or something, and you threaten to double up.
but you take on a7, so you have to
Yeah.
maybe just play a6.
Well, let's see. So you said rook h1.
Mm-hmm. Check
We go for the check here.
and a6.
No, we go here.
Okay, I take on a7.
Rook f1 mate.
Is it
F3
mate? One mate. Okay. Take first, and then take first. Can you take first? No, take first. Take on h3 and then take on h7.
Yeah, oh, sorry. So, let's
What
see.
is that?
Do you want to take now? No. You want to go there? Here. Now you want to take.
Yes.
And now maybe you can check and get a draw. No, but the h pawn is very strong here. You want to take this?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can play some move like this.
f3.
Okay, maybe that was a little bit premature. So bishop a7.
Maybe white can hold, but black is better, so this is not so nice.
Maybe king here. With the idea rook g4,
Or rook, yeah.
rook g2. No, this is very strong.
Mm. Yeah, this looks. f3 is maybe the only move, but then we play rook g2, b3. Yeah, maybe you can survive. Maybe actually in that position. Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe it's not so bad actually. Let's take a look at this position. Yeah,
King h5.
yeah, f3.
Now we go in.
And b3.
We're gonna advance everything here.
a4.
Mm.
How do you continue?
I play this move.
Okay, I play rook to h1.
Yeah, you have to. Now I go with the king to h3 and then rook b1.
Okay, can I play like b5? And now I have the fantastic move bishop to g1.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then bishop d3 is winning, I think.
Yeah, something. Rook g2 maybe.
But then I take on h2, that's the idea. And then play a5.
Okay, so let's...
So I have it was only a trick.
No, but it's a good trick. Yeah. No, it's not a trick because it's the only defense. I mean, everything else it would be completely lost, right? So you have to do this. It's not over, is it?
I think so. What to do? King e3 maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Bishop f1. King d4. And now if you play king g3, the question is, can you take on...
This is very tricky.
Maybe you should simply play b6 in this position.
Yeah. This is better. But maybe we can...
King c3. Rook a2. b4. No, maybe you can you take on... No, you can hardly take on b6. No, it's not possible. And now king... No, but king g3 is winning now. Immediately, I think. Aren't you?
Now you have to take on h2, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Then it's... Bishop is good. No, so it should be winning. Okay.
Very tricky, very tricky.
No, but still, it's, there is no doubt that...
This is the position now.
Mm-hmm.
So we had rook h3, he played king f4.
And you suggested king g6, huh?
Yeah, I thought mate would be attractive.
But what about if you swap everything? Is it winning then? Maybe that's a better choice. To take, and then take on h3, give a check, and then take. And I just thought that this was...
And go back.
But now a6, huh? And I just thought that this was a winning position, but maybe it's not so easy. I don't know.
Oh, this
But
would
should be a winning position, I think.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. I'm not sure about that.
No.
It could be a draw also. Probably it will be something like this. Okay, maybe we should go back and see what's
Yes,
happened.
we are too.
Yeah, we will go look at that
Okay.
later. We spent so much time now. Rook B. Okay, so we've had some more checks.
Mm-hmm.
A second round of checks. There was this exchange
Mm-hmm.
and rook d1, and now we had more checks. I'm not going to analyze those. So and now rook b8.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not over. It's still a game. But the pawns should be more worth than this.
It's the h pawn. He will run with the h pawn.
Yeah, he will
I
run
think.
with the h pawn, and it's very hard for white to defend this. But it's also difficult to analyze. But I think the plan of just advancing one or two pawns and always all these, and then he takes 10 checks, and then,
He has got a clear idea.
Yeah. So let's go to see.
Yeah.
Aha, here we have a draw. Okay, so this ended in a draw.
Let's take a look at this. What happened? I think this is. It felt like white should have been able to do some more.
Yeah. I think we had this position.
Yeah, we had this
actually,
position.
yeah.
And queen. Yeah, exactly this. Yeah.
And he just didn't find anything here. Obviously, he went for this.
Okay.
Yeah, draw.
A draw. Okay.
So then we have this game, and black has gotten his pawns moving, but of course there's still some fights to do. But
Mm-hmm. He would play like white would play like king d4, rook b5, and then
no,
push the
it's-
pawn.
it's the knight is a little bit loose here. It's actually not 100% easy to win this.
No.
So
Where's time on time as well?
yes,
Could be important in the end.
yeah. It's not easy to say how this is going to end. It's just that the knight, if the knight had a good position, some really
Mhm.
protected position, and then he could just rush the pawns, but he doesn't have that. So it's not easy.
No, it is this type of 50-50 position, you know.
Yeah, 50% draw, 50% win for black.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's go to the next one. Okay, so now we had
Now it's
Ma-
end game time.
major. So
Do we have
he
this?
took with the queen, of
Yes,
course.
of course, yes.
Only move.
And he
And
didn't find
Rook
g4.
b1,
We
queen
were
a2,
lucky.
bishop
Mhm.
c1, f6. So he starts to try to unravel here, preventing
Mhm.
rook bishop b7, rook b3, king f7. Yeah, it's coming out. Rook a3, and okay, he goes for this. This should be a draw, I think. Don't you think so?
I would say normally yes, but f4? No? Oh, yes. That was a great
The
move.
bishop pair, but yeah, there is. If anyone is going to win this, it's likely white, but I would bet on a draw.
Could be that you can come with your, if you put your bishop on f5 and then go up with your, no, it should, the problem is that it should be a draw.
Yeah, it should be a draw.
It should be a
But
draw.
We'll see. We will follow it.
Then we
So
have
then,
this.
then we have this. Oh, no draw here.
What?
So
Okay,
let's
things
see.
has happened. I just
Yeah.
say okay.
Things happen, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
So knight g4,
Now, ready.
knight e4, queen b8,
Mm-hmm.
and now suddenly the knight from b1 comes
Because
back.
now there is no knight d5 c3 to be afraid of.
No,
But now
f5.
now the knight must be good on g5. What is happening here? I don't understand.
They have no time left.
So like h4 and e4 now.
H4 is.
So now we have this is desperate time pressure because they have
Mhm.
like 10 moves to make and they have less than a minute both at this
Mhm.
point.
Okay.
So we have to sort of evaluate
Exactly.
everything.
I thought, yeah, no. Yes.
There was a pawn. Knight takes e3.
What
Yeah.
is happening?
Yeah. So this is
So this is Christmas.
so
No.
this is Christmas.
But it's hanging on h5, but white is winning. I believe.
Yeah. Queen. Should he take on h5 now?
Or you can also take with the queen on d1, threatening on h5 and on c5.
Yeah.
I mean, queen take d1 must be... Okay, then he takes on d4 actually.
Still time pressure. It's
He takes on d4, that's
Still-
interesting. Because then it's a mate on the other side.
yeah.
instead.
Right.
So, okay, take on h5.
But is it mate? Yeah, maybe it is. I'm not sure.
He
He
took?
took. Yeah.
Knight c3, come on. I think he must play knight c3.
Look at the time.
Oh
15
God.
seconds.
So, what are
Yeah, he played
exactly...
it, yeah.
You must do that.
Mm-hmm.
And now, he has 42, 41. Can you find the check on h7?
He will check on h7, h8 to take on g7.
Or maybe you have this f7, go back, and you know... This,
Yeah, you can take a draw. Yeah, of course. Yeah, there's a draw.
No, you can just... I see, you see? to gain some time. For
Oh
that.
yeah.
That
of
was
course,
my
yeah.
point. you
Yeah,
know,
that
it-
was the
it-
point. Yeah, that was a good point. Yeah. Anything can happen here. Should we see what happens if we just go for this?
Mhm. Yeah.
And this,
Check, take.
and take, and let's say we go up,
Mm-hmm.
and we have now we're a piece down, so we have to sort of.
You can. There is.
Is there something better?
I don't know.
Well, there's always the draw. There's always the draw.
Okay.
I mean, is this something, or maybe this is nothing?
Okay. So maybe yes.
Well, you cannot go here, right?
No.
Then you lose the queen, so it's winning. This is mate.
Okay.
So knight f7. What can you do? You have to go back. But then there is knight e5. This looks like a win. As you said.
I did. Okay. Let's go down instead of king d6 then. Is there any? Does it make any difference?
Yeah, you could go. You could go here maybe.
What is the problem?
Just to pull the switch power, so we went offline.
Are we offline now?
That looks better, huh?
Yeah, he cannot go up to d6. That loses.
But maybe here you can even play rook e1.
Maybe yeah.